Okay, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Transportation. Before we get started on our public hearings, if I can have rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Thank you for that. And I'll just announce now, I still have the residuals from an illness. I will do my best at these hearings. If you see me suddenly get up and run out of the room, it's probably so I don't want to disrupt these hearings. So we're going to give it a shot. I'm going to open up the public hearing on House Bill 119 FN, which is allowing rental companies applying to register a rental fleet to choose New Hampshire as their base jurisdiction under the International Registration Plan. I do not see the prime sponsor here. So as a courtesy, can I get somebody just to go up front and introduce the bill officially? Obviously, you don't have to chime in on opinions. Sure. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Honorable Committee. For record, Representative Henry Geisen, Hillsborough 29th District, here to introduce House Bill 119, allowing rental companies to apply to register a rental fleet and to choose New Hampshire as the base jurisdiction under the International Registration Plan, IRP.
Thank you very much, Representative Geisen. Chair recognizes Liz Michaud, representing the Department of Motor Vehicles, IRP registrations. Not taking a position on the bill. Come on up. Good morning.
Hello. All right. Good morning. I had just reviewed this recently.
Oops,
And
if I can stop you, just to make it official, if you can just state your name.
Elizabeth,
I did, but you're
Yeah.
supposed to do it yourself.
Liz Michaud, the Registration Bureau at the DMV. I also was looking at the fiscal note that was prepared. I did want to just add a few things. This bill that is being proposed allows for rental companies applying to register a passenger vehicle as a fleet in New Hampshire. Currently, the International Registration Program does allow for this. It's on page 48 of our International Registration Plan. So we already have this capability, and therefore we would not need the proposed additional staffing that's on the fiscal note, because this is something that we already offer. I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions from the committee? Go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If we already offer it, what does this bill change to enable?
I don't think anything.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. We have had conversations about this, I believe. Does the legislation change anything as far as the locality of where the registrations are to be done?
No, according to the IRP plan, they can use New Hampshire as their base jurisdiction if they so choose. So it doesn't impact where a rental company could set up their fleet. They just have to meet the requirements of the IRP plan, which means they have a business in New Hampshire, and they store primarily their fleet in New Hampshire, all of the criteria that goes with it.
Oh, sorry about that. Follow up quick.
Follow up.
Thank you. What would be necessary for implementation of this, as envisioned by the prime sponsor, if he were here, that we don't already have a policy or procedure to accomplish?
So the option is available. I think we would just need one of the larger passenger vehicle rental companies to reach out. We would have to figure out how to assist them in tracking their mileage and making sure that they're submitting the right funds to each state.
Another follow-up?
Thank you. How about the stickers? How would they on these rental fleets that I've heard anecdotally in the past that it's very difficult where they would have to track where those vehicles are that had been registered here. So how would that be envisioned, or how is that currently handled?
So currently, every year they would need to renew their registrations and put those stickers on the plates that coincide with that car. So they would need to find that car somewhere. So it could be out in Colorado, but it's registered in New Hampshire. They need to put the decal sticker on that car.
Sure.
Anybody else from the committee? Yeah, I know you could. Anybody else from the committee? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. With the IRP document, does it get into specific guidelines like the rest of this bill does in terms of the calculation for the number of registrations, or specifying that they must operate the rental vehicle here? Does it get that specific?
No, the IRP plan's more of general guidelines, and then we adopted it as rule. So it's kind of, I guess this would be an addition onto that.
Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So if rental car companies can already register their vehicles in New Hampshire, businesses cost conscious, always looking to save money. Does registering their vehicles in New Hampshire give them any type of a cost advantage as opposed to register them where they do now?
I don't see one, only because a passenger vehicle registration, it's going to charge them the same as if they're an apportioned vehicle registration. The difference with the apportioned vehicle registration is we track it in the system and then pay fuel tax to all of the states that they traveled into. So it makes it easier for businesses that are doing business interstate to not have to get trip tickets. You can only get like 3 trip tickets over a certain period of time. So this just makes that easier, but I'm not sure about the rental cars, but again, I don't know what the benefit would be for them. I just don't know.
Thank you.
Anybody else from the committee? Representative Gorski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Is there a certain amount of time that a vehicle has to be in New Hampshire if it's registered by these rental companies?
No, they actually only need like 1 mile in New Hampshire, so long as they get at least 1 mile in the state that they're registered. Yes,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Anybody else? I have one, because it just came to me a couple of days ago, and I don't know if you know the answer to this. Are the rental companies actually seeking states for their whole fleets, or do they prefer to have a portion of their fleet in every state they actually do business in because of the different laws?
I don't know that one, sorry.
Anybody else? Representative Hill.
Inspections, can you speak to inspections of these rental fleets?
So currently, the inspections would be the same as all of the other vehicles in New Hampshire annually. So they would still require those inspections, safety inspections.
Follow up?
Follow up. What would it obviously wouldn't mean that someone that has their that vehicle then in Colorado has to come running back once a year to do it. What happens in that situation where the vehicle is out of state?
I believe to drive in New Hampshire, they would have to have that New Hampshire state inspection.
Okay, thank you.
What if they're not driving in New Hampshire?
Then they probably would not have an IRP account. Not us as a base jurisdiction. I should clarify that.
Anybody else? Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, Chair recognizes Bob Scully, representing the Hampshire Motor Transport Association. No position on the bill. Good morning, Mr. Scully.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. It's a pleasure to be here today to speak on House Bill 119 FN. Like the previous speaker said, we're not taking a position, but we don't feel this bill is needed. It can already do what this bill is looking to do in New Hampshire, but I do want to speak a little bit to the truck side. So if you go down to on page 1, down on line 26, when it refers to a rental company that owns trucks registered 26,000 pounds or less. So that's a commercial motor vehicle by definition. If it's over 10,000 pounds, 10,001 and up, we have IRP. So a trucking company, if they have a physical exposure in any state, multiple states, they can choose which state to register that vehicle. So to the question that Representative Hamblin, asked, there's a disadvantage for truckers to register in the state of New Hampshire if they have other states, and that's because of the property tax that you have. So I will give an example. Very large rental fleet registered all their equipment in the city of Manchester a long time ago. I went down with the representative to try to see if there's something we could do to help them out with the cost because it was excessive. There was no ability to do that, and moved all the equipment for all of New England to Tingsboro, Massachusetts. And so the city of Manchester lost all the revenue. I understand that municipalities, it's their second largest source of income. There's been multiple attempts to try to change that since I've been here. None initiated by me. They've all failed miserably once the local communities get involved up here. But that is why, on the truck side anyways, if they have an option, if it's cheaper for them to register them in Indiana and they have a physical base there, they could register, I just picked that state randomly, they could register all their equipment there if they have a physical being there. If New Hampshire is the only place that they're based physically, then that's where they have to register their equipment if it's a truck. But that would be, I did not speak to the prime sponsor, but I would think maybe that was some of the motive to try to generate revenue, but I don't know that for sure. But I just wanted to share that with you on the truck side. But there's nothing in this bill here that you can't currently do today, from our perspective.
Thank you much. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I have nobody else signed up to speak on House Bill 119 FN, so I'm going to close. Whoop. What do you? So I'm going to close the public hearing. I have no other people signed up to speak. Our next hearing, 10:20. Give us a few minutes to reset, please. It'll be House Bill 612. Okay, welcome back. We're going to open up the public hearing on House Bill 612 FN, enabling the Division of Motor Vehicles to create a temporary traditional driver's license for youth operators about to turn 21. Chair recognizes the prime sponsor, Representative Bayou. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the House Transportation Committee. For the record, my name is Dan Vayu. I represent Hillsborough 34, the town of Amherst. Thank you for the opportunity to present House Bill 612. This bill addresses an important but often overlooked issue for youth operators transitioning to adult licenses. It offers a practical solution and saves time and reduces unnecessary hassle for both drivers and DMV. Under current law, youth operators face unnecessary challenges when approaching their 21st birthday, particularly if their birthday falls on a weekend holiday or if they prefer to renew online. The process is that if their birthday falls on a weekday, it's not a problem. They can visit the DMV on that day and receive the standard horizontal license. However, if their birthday falls on a weekend or a holiday, they must renew before their birthday, in which case they will receive a vertical youth operator's license. Many drivers who don't want to have a youth operator's license for another 5 years must then return to the DMV after their birthday to obtain the horizontal license, which will then be marked as a duplicate. For those who wait until after their birthday, their license becomes technically invalid. This can be particularly challenging for those who are away at school, as returning home at the right time may not be feasible. These drivers are left without the ability to drive or are forced to risk driving on an expired license. Youth operators who wish to renew online and receive a horizontal license must also wait until their 21st birthday to do so. If they renew even 1 day early, they receive a vertical license and face the same inconvenience of returning to the DMV later. Additionally, renewing online involves a waiting period while the license is printed and mailed, leaving drivers without any legal proof of renewal during that time. This inefficient process wastes time for drivers and increases the workload for the DMV. HB 612 provides a simple and practical solution that allows youth operators to submit their renewal application up to 30 days before their 21st birthday and receive a temporary license valid for driving purposes. This temporary license ensures they can transition seamlessly to the standard horizontal license on or shortly after their birthday, regardless of whether their birthday falls on a weekend, holiday. Why this matters. First, it eliminates unnecessary trips to DMV. Drivers can submit their application once and receive the license they prefer, saving time and frustration. It reduces the burden on DMV staff by cutting down the duplicate license requests, making operations more efficient. It's a cost-effective solution. A one-time system update costing $48,000 will streamline the process for years to come. This bill brings flexibility and modernization to New Hampshire's licensing process. It reflects the realities of how people use and prefer their licenses while aligning the system with the needs of today's drivers. I urge the committee to support HB 612, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Any questions from the committee? Representative Geisen.
I do have one question. Thank you, Representative. This might be better for the director of the DMV, but is this an easier process than extending the expiration date 30 days after the 21st birthday?
Yeah, it might be better for the director, but yeah, it spreads out the workload on the DMV. It makes it easier. Right now, yeah, I would defer to the DMV on that one. They'd probably have a better answer than I would.
Any other questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you, sir. Chair now would like to recognize Director Marasco from the New Hampshire DMV, who is in support of the bill, asking for about 3 minutes. Welcome, Director.
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak this morning. As you said, Mr. Chair, we at the DMV 100% support this bill. I want to thank Representative Vayu for at the end of the last session highlighting this and bringing it to my attention that he'd like to champion this change. I can tell you that in my 3 years in the position as DMV director, I have had more parents, young people in the community come up to me and say, why do I receive the vertical license in the mail after I've turned 21? I thought I was doing everything right. Because the renewal notice goes out and it lets people know we encourage you to renew early. Well, if you renew early online, what people didn't know, and it's because of the way the system was configured, they're renewing a youth operator. And so when they would get their license in the mail, it would be the vertical youth operator license again. This has been going on for 15 years. They would have to come into the DMV and then pay $10 for a duplicate, and take an updated photo and then receive their horizontal license that they're entitled to because they turned 21. So I love this bill because this bill gives an opportunity for that 30 days in advance. To Representative Ayu's point, it spreads out the volume. 30 days in advance, you can go online, you can renew your driver's license, you can get the receipt that you're renewed, you can use your currently valid youth operator license that if you had to show both, you could. And then we're going to do the $48,000 system change so that when you turn 21 in the system, it's going to trigger us to mail you the horizontal license that shows that you're over 21. And while that's in transit, you still have your youth operator license for the 30 days past that date with the receipt until you get your hard copy in the mail. And currently we're delivering licenses, we're printing licenses same day or next day, generally speaking. So we're confident we'll be able to fulfill that 30-day window. But this is a big issue, and you hear it from a lot of people in the community. To include, if you want to go into the DMV, like the representative said, and it's a weekend or it's a holiday, and that happens to be your 21st birthday, well, we're not open. So where does that leave you? Now you've got to go a couple days without driving until you can get somebody to drive you to the DMV so that you can actually apply to get your horizontal license. So I think it's a great fix, and I want to thank Representative Ayu for bringing it forward and getting us to this point. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the committee? Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director, for your testimony. I just want to confirm the logistics of the new licenses being printed, the horizontal ones. Y'all will hold them or not print them until the appropriate time. That's not going to be a logistical problem with the flow of licenses coming out of the office that will weird anything out along the way, right?
No, it's a great, Representative Miller, great question, and one that we definitely want to make sure we got just right. And speaking with our technology vendors, you can write, once the renewal takes place, they can write a program so that that is being tracked. And as soon as at midnight, when the 21st birthday takes place, that's when it would go into the queue to be printed in hard copy. So we would cover that. But that's a great question. Thank you.
Representative Patero.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I just wanted to clarify the idea of, it seemed like a lot of the language in here was about a temporary license, but it sounded like the scenario you're describing is essentially granting a 30-day extension to the youth license in practicality. Am I correct, or can you just narrow in on that?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the youth operator, for purposes of still being valid, would go beyond the 21st birthday, so that you're still operating on a license that you renewed. But quite frankly, once that hard copy is printed and you're waiting for it, for purposes of driving, you're valid, and you are actually in the eyes of law enforcement because you're over 21. You've got the youth operator receipt or the youth operator license that you got at the DMV, because that's all we were able to give you at those two moments in time. But for purposes of law enforcement, you're going to be considered a non-youth operator until you get your hard copy in the mail. So that's a good point. But that's all we can offer you at that moment in time when you come in and renew, is that youth operator again.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Giason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vice Chair. Yes. Mr. Director. So similarly to what I asked the representative, is this program going to be easier than trying to create a shift of dates so that nobody's expiring on their 21st birthday?
Yeah, it's a good question. We used the whiteboard. We talked about a lot of different, we looked at this option as the optimal option. I'd have to play that out a little bit. So basically what you're saying is we just give the youth operator the extra 30 days. We give it the extra 30 days. But then you still have to have the renewal that would have to take place, or the in-person visit prior to the 21st to trigger something in the system to allow you to get something that's going to be mailed out to you. So you're still going to have that work on the front end to trigger what's going to happen on the back end. So I don't know if just the extension will be enough.
Follow up?
So in your opinion, this is the best way to move forward?
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Representative Sykes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Marasco, can you, if this is an expired, and they're out of state, how is this gonna work? If the license has expired and they're out of state?
Yeah, it's a great question, Representative. Thank you for that. Well, the license receipt, so if you renew online, you have that license receipt, and then you've got the youth operator license hard copy that you've had for almost 5 years. You'd be showing both of those in the system. So in the system, if you were to run that, you're going to see, because of this bill, that you're still going to be valid as an operator in the state of New Hampshire for law enforcement to see the 30 days after your 21st birthday.
Any other questions from the committee? Is that a follow-up, George? Yeah. Follow-up?
So how would it work as a grace period? In other words, getting back to that concept.
On the backside, so the youth operator status, the driver license status is still good for the 30 days after the 21st birthday. So anybody that checks the system, you're going to have your active status. As far as the hard copy license in transit, obviously you won't have that to show during that 30-day window, but you still have a valid identification, a valid license that you can present if you have an interaction with law enforcement.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, everyone.
And we do not have any other pink cards. So at this point, I'm going to close the hearing on HB 612. Our next bill we'll be hearing shortly is HB 209.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. I'm gonna try this one more time. I'm gonna open up the public hearing on House Bill 209 FN, allowing a new vehicle purchased in the model year or before to be inspected in the second year after purchase. Prime sponsor couldn't make it on time for this introduction, so Representative St. Clair, welcome.
Thank you. I'm Charlie St. Clair, District 5, Laconia. And I truly wish the prime sponsor was here because I know he would do a better job than I'm probably going to. This bill, as some of you remember, was before us last year and probably several times before that. This would allow new vehicles purchased to basically, after their first inspection, wait another year after to get an inspection sticker. So basically what we're saying, I believe, is that you go 2 years on the same sticker. On a note that most of us, we're going to hear about all kinds of reasons why this shouldn't happen. But I want to remind everybody that with a new vehicle, the owners are trained to look at the warranty requirements. And you reach a certain mileage and you're going to go back in and get the checks for the warranty. Otherwise, your warranty is null and void, and nobody wants that. You're going to go in for oil changes quite often, and these places will offer free oil changes. Your car goes in for that oil change, they're going to check everything else. Actually, do that for the rest of your life. They're going to try to upcharge you on everything, and that's pretty much the way it goes everywhere. So I think on behalf of the taxpayers who this is going to help out, this is a good bill. And certainly my constituents, when I bring this up to them, people that have bought a new vehicle say, yeah, that makes sense. That's great. Great, do it. That's pretty much going to be my introduction to this bill.
All right, thank you, Representative. Any questions from the committee? Representative Hamblin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you for taking my question. Does this apply to commercial vehicles as well?
That's a good question, but I did not see that in here. I don't think it does. I don't believe it does, because we had that discussion before about commercial vehicles. So I do not believe that does. This is for private vehicles, not commercial.
Right, we'll confirm, but I believe that to be true. I don't believe it does. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, they let you off the hook pretty easy, Representative.
Say that
They
again?
let you off the hook pretty easy.
They did. Thank you.
Next up, Chair recognizes Daniel Weed, representing the industry, opposed to the bill.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Appreciate the time this morning. Sorry to see that the prime sponsor is not here this morning, because some of these questions are directed towards him and his career. I see by the state legislature's website that he is a professional pilot. And it's surprising to me that of all the people as a career pilot that he would ask to rescind an inspection program. He clearly understands the importance of an annual inspection program regarding an aircraft. So why wouldn't a series of vehicles that has 50 times the amount of volume on the road require an inspection? You can't fly an aircraft without an annual inspection, can you? And would this, as a career pilot, would he even fly an aircraft without an annual inspection? So why should your car be any different? The way this bill is written, it now exempts 2 years from cars, light trucks, medium trucks, heavy trucks, RVs, trailers, and commercial vehicles. There's no exemption in this bill to the way it's written. So if you can imagine an 80,000 pound 18-wheeler with its trailer and everything exempted for 2 years, and when these vehicles do at least 50,000+ miles a year, it's 100,000 miles before that heavy commercial vehicle is inspected. Based on numbers by motor vehicles given to me, this will now eliminate 205,230 vehicles a year based on statistics given. By eliminating the 2 model years, you will now need to modify the contract with the current inspection program provider. The contract will have to be rewritten to pass the costs onto those of us who don't have new vehicles. You will then see the cost of annual inspections increase from the current market rate of approximately $40 to $50, potentially to $75 to $100. And I don't see calculations for the loss of income in the bill to the small local businesses. And if you take that 205,230 inspections that you're reducing by an average of, say, $50 per inspection, you're reducing the income to small businesses per year by $10,276,500 to the state small businesses. So you're taking $10 million away from small businesses. Please keep in mind that the people that you're going to most affect are those that don't have the extra money to begin with. I can clearly envision tomorrow's headlines. Inspection elimination bill proposed to help reduce government oversight while doubling the cost of inspections to the state's residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee, if you'll take any? Representative Guyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, sir. So your position then is that because the government mandates inspections, the less inspections that the government mandates, the higher the price would have to be for the private vendor.
That's correct. Yes.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The cards keep coming in. Just because I'm sure he has other business to attend to, late arrival, Representative McFarland, in support of the bill. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate you slotting me in there. Representative McFarland from Orange, here to testify in support of this bill. I don't have a lot to say. I think the bill speaks for itself. I do, however, want to convey that my constituents are interested in road safety, but they are also interested in cost of living. And if you have a brand new vehicle, it is good for a period of time that is typically longer than some of the older vehicles out there. I support this bill. And if there's any questions, I'm happy to yield to them.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you again.
Thank you.
Next up, Chair recognizes Allison Brinson, I guess it is, representing New Car and opposed to the bill. And you've got 5 to 10 minutes down. I see a lot of people coming in, so if you can.
I promise I won't speak that long.
Shorten it up, that'd be great. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alicia. I'm the service manager of New Car Automall in Tilton, New Hampshire. I just wanted to go over some general information in regards to state inspections currently. So the 13 inspectable items include registration plates, registration certificate, and vehicle identification number, steering and suspension, brakes including parking brake, odometer and speedometer, electrical system, horn and defroster, lights and reflectors including headlight aim, glass, glazing, mirrors, wipers, exhaust system, onboard diagnostic systems, body, chassis, bumper height, fuel system, tires, and wheels. None of these components really show grace in regards to time and or mileage. I've seen it firsthand. I've seen vehicles with 12,000 miles come in with lower than 230 seconds of tread. I've seen multiple vehicles come in with rusted or pitted rotors, causing a vehicle to fail inspection. Doesn't allow for effective braking. And once again, this does not show any grace in regards to mileage and or time. I've seen it on new vehicles. I've seen it on 10-year-old vehicles. Doesn't really show grace, unfortunately. We drive on salted roads, so all of these components typically are influenced very young in a vehicle's lifetime. Even when you think about it, if you're not driving your vehicle's sitting, it's going to get rusted. If you are driving your vehicle, I mean, some people put 30,000, 40,000 miles on their vehicle per year. All these components are wearable items. They're going to wear by time and mileage, and it's going to be well within the threshold of 1 year and or 2 years of ownership. So I definitely strongly appeal this. And if anybody has any questions, please let me know.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Representative Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you have any written testimony with all those facts on it?
I do not.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next up, Chair recognizes Bob Scully, representing New Hampshire Motor Transport, not taking a position on the bill. Welcome back, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Bob Scully, representing New Hampshire Motor Transport Association. I just want to clarify inspections with commercial motor vehicles because it's been talked about twice here. So any commercial motor vehicle must be inspected once a year. It's under federal guidelines. It very specifically, it's under 49 CFR, Code of Federal Regulations, 396, Appendix A. So at once every 12 months, they must be inspected. So this legislation cannot impact that. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Appreciate it, sir. Thank you. Next up, Chair recognizes Dan Bennett, representing the Hampshire Auto Dealers Association, in opposition to the bill, seeking 5 minutes, but I know he can do it in much less.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I will be as brief as possible. Dan Bennett, New Hampshire Auto Dealers Association. As you know, we're a trade association representing the motor vehicle industry, over 500 businesses, 15,000 employees in the state of New Hampshire, car, truck, motorcycle, snowmobile, ATV, construction, and farm equipment. Again, we're here to oppose HB 209 as we have in the past years. This bill is not about new cars. A new car is a car that rolls right off the truck from Detroit or Dearborn or wherever it comes from. I'm willing to bet that if you went to purchase a vehicle, you rolled into that dealership after 15 months and 25,000 miles on the vehicle when you went to purchase it, you would not call that a new vehicle. Okay, so this when we call this about new vehicles, this is not about new vehicles. It's about vehicles that can go up to 24 months with an incredible number of miles. We employ a fleet of our road staff, our safety prevention, loss prevention. They average 25,000 miles per year. This vehicle will in fact apply to commercial vehicles. It's right there in section 4, new paragraph 4A, line 9, or line 8 and 9 deal with corporations and the months in which corporate vehicles will be inspected. This also isn't a 2-year sticker bill. This is an exemption bill. So there's nothing in this bill affords a new vehicle to roll off the truck and get a 2-year sticker. This is a no inspection sticker for 2 years. So I anticipate law enforcement, both state and local, will have something to say about that. So I'll try and bounce through my testimony. I do in fact have copies of our handouts, which has a lot of information that I'll send both ways, including a copy for the clerk. So a couple points that I'll mention. As of January 2025, Carfax says that over 58.1 million vehicles are on the road that have unresolved safety recalls. It's a 16% increase in over 2 years. The manufacturers are prioritizing ride quality over longevity, and tires, we're hearing, show tread failure at 20,000 miles. And we see a lot of incidences, especially recently, where vehicles slide off the road, creating accident or injury or unsafe conditions, and it's usually due to tire condition. In the past, we've talked about studies. We did a lot of research in the off year. The most recent study we found, a July 2023 Journal of Transportation Engineering article, found that states without safety inspections have 5% fewer annual fatalities than those without. This past year, as you all know, probably seen from TV, radio, WMUR, in 2024, 135 people died on New Hampshire roads, which was a 5% increase over last year. But the really scary statistic is that youth fatalities rose over 233%. So we would venture to say this is not a time to weaken the safety of New Hampshire roads. And that's what we believe this vehicle will do. I believe you'll probably hear from the Department of Environmental Services, as we have historically, as to whether the EPA would even approve this amendment to our state implementation plan under our Clean Air Act requirements, which is tied to federal highway funding. There's talk about states and places that weaken their program. However, what we are in fact seeing, and it's based on that study from the Journal of Transportation Engineering, that several jurisdictions, international jurisdictions, have already adapted safety inspections to include testing and calibrating ADAS systems. That's some of the more technical equipment that's in your vehicle, the advanced driver assistance systems, the lane steering, the lane correction, the vibrating steering wheel, the lane change, as well as the forward and behind collision repair. So what we're actually seeing is a focus on that is actually a deeper dive into what items should be inspected. All of our neighboring states do safety inspections. It's because New England has a unique microclimate. You'll see it in the handout that I have. We include a winter severity map that you all have seen before. You can talk about snowier states, but New England's microclimate is much more severe. We have rain at first of the year. We have deep freezes. We have frost heaves. We spray liquid salt water on our roads that then splatters onto the undercarriage of our vehicles and coats all of our equipment, including hoses, brakes, rotors. So you'll see that in what we hand out for you. From some of the failure statistics that we have, just so you know, in model year 2024, there's 1.3 million safety inspections done. There were over 170,000 failures, and that's in that 2024 year. So we still have incredibly high failure numbers, even with our safety inspection program. And an important component of the safety inspection program is it does a mandatory safety recall data check to see if you have an outstanding safety recall. That recall is then done at the consumer, and it's done at the consumer at no cost. Just like these vehicles in their first 2 years, which is usually about a manufacturer's warranty, there are some outliers. Hyundai may go 10 years, but it catches items that are under warranty that are done at no cost to the consumer. And that's why it has a value to the consumer, not a cost. Same thing with recall data. We miss a lot of those little postcards that come in our mailbox, but you don't when your service writer tells you across the counter or slams that seat on your passenger seat and you see that there's a service recall related to your O2 sensor. In 2025 alone, there's already been 465 safety recalls issued. In 2024, to New Hampshire consumers, this is. In 2024, there were over 10,000 safety recalls issued to consumers, and in 2023, there were over 21,000. So all this is put in front of the consumers. This is a consumer-friendly program, we would say. And then just the other item that I'll mention too, and I'll stop before the chairman throws me out, is the fiscal impact. You'll see at the end of the bill there is a fiscal note to the state. You all have heard about the budgetary issue that we're having. This is no time to be lessening monies to the state highway fund, as well as the monies from this program that go to the local municipalities. So with that being said, we'd like you to keep that in mind, and please take a look at the information that we send around both ways. And I'll be willing to take questions here or in person or after digesting some of this offline. But thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Questions from the committee? I believe I have one front-loaded. Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question, Ms. Bennett.
Yes, sir.
Are you saying that the increase in motor vehicle deaths are attributable to inspectable items?
No, I'm not saying that it's attributable directly to inspection items, but what I'm saying is that we have a situation where our roads are becoming more unsafe. Our contention is that if you stop inspecting vehicles, there will be more unsafe vehicles on the road. So we would tend to say that would probably contribute to that going forward. I'm not going to say that the 135 fatalities are strictly mechanical failures.
Thank you, just clarifying.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Hamblin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my questions. So I just want to clarify in my mind, is it your position that brand new vehicles, ones that have never been titled before, when they leave the dealership, they do not have an inspection sticker on them for 2 years?
Thank you for the question, Representative Hamblin. Under this bill, as written, our belief is that this provides no mechanism for a 2-year sticker. It doesn't talk about anything about a 2-year sticker. What it actually says, a vehicle purchased prior to or during the vehicle model year from a licensed dealer by a natural person shall be exempt from inspection until the last day of the registered owner birth month in the second year after purchase. It doesn't say that they'll get a 2-year sticker that expires on their birth date. It just says no expect. It's an exemption from the program completely for both commercial and passenger vehicles.
Thank you.
That is an accurate reading. Follow up?
Thank you. So one more little track. I know for a fact that people buy new vehicles and within the first year, they're in an accident, have to go to a body shop and rebuilt partially or extensively. Do you have any data or is there anything that says when those cars come back into a shop that the mechanic will pick up on something that was supposedly done in the body shop that now has to be re-corrected?
So the so let me see if I follow your question and try and answer it accurately. So following the collision, when your vehicle is required by your insurance policy to be restored to pre-loss condition, you would then leave that instance and then you would go for your annual inspection. The annual inspection would review items that are under the annual inspection program. It would not do an analysis of whether the restoration at the body shop met the manufacturer's repair procedures or the pre-loss condition agreement that you had with your insurance agent. It would be based on what the state inspection program is, as Ms. Britton referred to. So the inspection station would not be checking the validity of the body shop's repair process, if that's what you're asking.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? I knew you were going to do that. Representative Vayu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Are you familiar with Rhode Island's law? I think it's very similar to this. They don't require a sticker for the first 2 years, but they do have, I think it's a 20 or $25,000, 25,000 mile restriction where you would have to have it inspected. Are you familiar with that, and how does it work there? And as far as enforcement, police seeing the lack of a sticker for 2 years, how does that work? And would you be more likely to support the bill if it had a mileage limitation like that?
So thanks for the question, Representative Vayu. Unfortunately, I'm not familiar with the Rhode Island program. I know, the New Hampshire program as it is. What I do know is that in other states that have weakened or eliminated their safety inspection programs altogether, what they have in fact done is empower law enforcement to do a greater level of roadside enforcement as far as mechanical and safety items. So that's part of the trade-off. That's not what proposed here. I'd be curious to see what both state and local law enforcement feel about greater roadside safety mechanical inspection. You can't see brakes from the outside of a car. You got to get in and under them, right? And then the liability associated with that. So you let someone drive off and a mile and a half down the road, they slide off the road. But law enforcement just had the vehicle on the side of the road a mile and a half earlier. That liability chain would make me a little bit nervous. But whether that in fact is included in the Rhode Island program, I do not know. It's a discussion if you and I would like to take a look at it and chat about it, but I can't say I know enough about it, and certainly to say that whether we would support it or not.
Anybody else? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members
Thanks for
of the
making
committee.
a liar of me. I knew you couldn't get it done in 5 minutes. Next up, Chair recognizes Tracy Borbage, representing the New Hampshire Motorcyclist Rights Organization, opposed to the bill, looking for a couple of minutes. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairman Walsh, committee members. I am Tracy Borbage. I'm the president of New Hampshire Motorcycle Rights Organization. And just to make you aware, I'm also the chair of the New Hampshire Motorcycle Safety Task Force. I represent motorcycles on the New Hampshire Traffic and Safety Commission. I also sit on the board of the Motorcycle Riders Foundation, MRF, which is the national voice for motorcyclists. So I spend a lot of my time doing motorcycling things. In my spare time, I ride. We're here because we've had many, many discussions over the years about inspections. The brunt of our organization, the people that I represent, believe that inspections keep motorcycles and cars safer, mostly due to the tires and the brakes. And I can tell you that there are many of us that ride. I have several friends that have bought brand new bikes and put more than 50,000 miles on them in a season. You can bet that they need a new tire. And if they're not getting inspected, this is not the old school biker world where my husband and a lot of our friends came from, where they looked at their tire tread or they could change their brakes. The new riders out there, y'all have seen them on the roads, are disregarding the speed limits and what's happening. So to keep us safer, I don't want to ride my motorcycle by somebody like that, but I also don't want to ride my motorcycle with a vehicle that may have tires or brakes that are going to take me out. So we are asking that you look at that and consider this, because there are cars that do the same thing, that put many more miles than they average. And that's all I have.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thanks again.
Thank you.
Next up, Chair recognizes, and I should know this too. What's that last name? Is it Atherton? Atherton. Scott Atherton, New Hampshire State Police. In opposition to the bill, seeking 5 minutes. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. The state police were definitely opposed to this House Bill 209. I'll just speak briefly. I know I put 5 minutes, but I'll speak briefly on the concerns for law enforcement. Mr. Bennett covered a lot of it. The majority of the concerns would be there's no 2-year sticker process and plan for this thing. So law enforcement potentially will be stopping cars because they'll see no inspection, even though it's a new car. They'll see no inspection, they'll stop it, and it could get into, at that time, safety risk for the officer roadside, because now he's stopping a vehicle roadside when maybe he doesn't even need to because they're exempt. Or it could lead to other things where law enforcement might find other issues with this car as far as, potentially violations, not have to do anything with the car, but other violations that could potentially turn into arrests. And then once we get into a judicial system with this, they could be, what was the reason for the stop? Well, it had no sticker. Well, it didn't need an sticker. It was exempt, and chances of getting something tossed in court are there for that as well. Talked about law enforcement having to do more roadside mechanical inspections. I know they're newer vehicles, but these vehicles are now heavier because a lot of them are electric. A lot of them are all-wheel drive. They eat up tires faster. So now you'll have a law enforcement officer out there potentially walking around a car roadside trying to determine if the tires are good, stuff that they can see. So it's more of a risk for us and concern, especially where there's no 2-year sticker implemented for this. The commercial motor vehicle sticker, they have to have a federal annual. So in New Hampshire, they recognize our state inspection as a federal annual sticker. So that helps the commercial motor vehicle industry because they don't have that covers their federal annual. So law enforcement sees the New Hampshire valid inspection sticker on that CMV. We know it has a federal annual sticker. It's good to go. New vehicles, if this applies to them, now we don't see that sticker. So now we got to go looking for the federal annual, and they put those in a different location, which aren't visible a lot of times to law enforcement. So now you got a law enforcement trooper out there roadside trying to walk around a truck to find the federal annual sticker. So those are just some of the concerns. I won't cover it, any of the other ones because most of them were covered. But these newer vehicles, they do wear out. Tires are probably the biggest thing. And I know that we're supposed to all look at our tires to make sure, but I can tell you I have my son, he's got a brand new 2000 Trex. I looked at his tires the other day, he's had it a year, and his tires are worn out. I put a tread depth, front tires are worn out because it's front wheel drive. So I put a tread depth, they're 3/32. So 2 years on a new car, it's great if somebody's watching what they're doing, but if they're not, they're going to wear out their tires and they might not even know until it's too late and it's winter and they're sliding off the road. So those are just some of the concerns law enforcement has, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have for me.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the committee? Representative Sykes.
Is it safe to say that winter driving conditions will also impact on how tires perform? And we have as I recall from previous testimony, that New Hampshire has some of the more interesting winter weather.
That's true. We run into that now currently, whether they get a valid state inspection or not. More times than not, especially this time of year, cars that are going off the road, yes, it's due to the speed related, but a lot of the times it's due to their tires are they might not be below the inspection requirements, but they're worn out for winter driving. So yeah, we run into that a lot. And a lot of times with these accidents, that's what we see. It's the tires. I mean, you can't really see the brakes without taking tires off. So a lot of times it's tire related issues. The cars are heavier, especially the electric cars. Those are a lot heavier. And the all-wheel drive cars, because my wife has an all-wheel drive car, and I'm like, how are we eating tires up so fast? But they just eat them up fast because they're, you buy a softer tire for the winter, and we wear them out faster. So yes, in New Hampshire, especially the Northeast, the tires are crucial in making sure that, getting them checked once a year, that's good. But we don't, I think going 2+ years to get somebody to actually, a mechanic to look at a car to make sure the I know it's on the owner, but a state inspection every year in the state, we're trying to keep the roads safe in New Hampshire. I think we do a good job of that now, and I would just hate to see, even though the new cars, I would hate to see that we would, lax on our safety level there.
Any other questions? Representative Pataro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, officer, for taking my question. Please forgive me. This might be a little bit funny, but like my birthday is in July. Yeah, we're in January right now. Let's say tomorrow I go and buy a brand new car, and let's say is it possible for a part of the deal that that new car could be inspected through July 31st, 2026? Or am I in a situation where if I buy that car tomorrow, the longest I can get for the inspection is July 2025?
I believe it's the what you said through 26, 2 years from the time you register.
18 months, but
18,
not 2 years.
2 years would be the max on yours, I think.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
I'd have to look at the law to make sure, though.
Okay. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
And just a general question I have, not to you, but you ever notice that when we talk about inspection stickers, electric vehicles are much heavier than internal combustion engine, but when we're talking about them parking in garages, they're not. Next up, Chair recognizes Michael Fitzpatrick, New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. Does have written testimony, not take a position on the bill. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Michael Fitzgerald. I'm the Assistant Director of the Air Resources Division at the Department of Environmental Services. And I'm here today to speak to only the emissions portion of the inspection program, not the safety. We run the inspection program jointly with the Department of Safety. We work cooperatively so that the inspections are done concurrently. But we have purview on the emissions inspection. Just by way of history, the emissions inspection that we currently have in New Hampshire is a compromise that was arrived at back in the early 2000s with EPA. New Hampshire, as its status, having formerly been in non-attainment for federal pollution standards, and as a result of being in the ozone transport region, which is a federally designated area of the country, generally the states from Virginia north. And so the Clean Air Act requires, under the requirements for the ozone transport region, vehicle emission inspection programs. That's why we often get the question, why do different states have different inspection requirements? And we have a more stringent inspection requirement in the ozone transport region, so those states. The New Hampshire inspection is part of our New Hampshire State Implementation Plan, which is a document that we submit to EPA, they approve, and then it becomes federally enforceable. So again, we take no position on this, and I'm not addressing the safety portion of this at all, but on the emissions inspection program, we would lose some emission reductions, and those emissions reductions would have to be made up by some other sector. We would have to work with EPA in order to have a revision to our state implementation approved. That generally takes anywhere from 12 to 18 months. So our ask of the committee, I have here, which I'll share copies. We sent a letter of testimony yesterday to the entire committee. I will share copies of a letter from EPA that was sent last year in response to this bill, that was explaining the situation with our SIP and the requirement to change the SIP. So what we would ask is that if this bill were to go forward, that you give consideration to language similar to, and I have put a link in our testimony letter, the currently proposed SB 157 relative to rental fleet inspections that I assume will come to this committee later at some point. But that bill has language in it that would allow the emissions inspection to remain unchanged until such time as DES certifies to the Secretary of State that we have had a change to the SIP and that revision approved by EPA. And EPA does have the authority to hold sanctions against the state. That was how we entered into this compromise in the first place. We were supposed to have a tailpipe inspection, strictly reading the interpretation of the law, and New Hampshire negotiated the OBD vehicle emissions inspection, your check engine light that everyone loves on your vehicle. And so we would simply ask that if this bill were to move forward, again, notwithstanding any of the safety issues, on the emissions inspection, that you consider language similar to that in SB 157. And I have copies of the letter to EPA and the SB 157 language that I'll leave with the chair and the secretary, and I'd be happy to address any questions.
Thank you very much. Did everybody receive the testimony online from the department? It's actually, it illustrates their position very well. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thanks very much, and we'll certainly take anything you have to offer written. Next up, Chair recognizes Director Marasco from the Department of Motor Vehicles. Opposed to the bill? Welcome back, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. There's a written testimony that is being handed out. Most of the testimony that's you've already heard, I echo it. We oppose the bill. My name is John Marasco, Director of the DMV. We oppose the bill, and the written testimony highlights the reasons why. From our standpoint, on behalf of the Department of Safety, it's a safety issue. It's a program that works. We don't receive a large number of complaints about the program. If we do get a complaint that comes in for predatory inspections or anything along those lines, we work with our state police partners and automotive equipment inspectors who will go out and do a follow-up and an audit. And if there's an issue that's brought forth, the inspection station or mechanic could be brought in for a hearing. But like I said, we also have seen and I testified last session on this, a growth in transparency for inspections. I used Grapponi Mazda here in Concord as an example. We went and toured their inspection facility. Not only do they give you a video after the inspection, and the mechanic goes through the different points that may have come up short during the inspection, but you can also look through the window and see the inspection take place. So again, we oppose the bill. We think the program works, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the committee? Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Director, for taking my question. Is there anything in the bill that prohibits someone from voluntarily having their vehicle inspected within those 2 years?
I'd have to look at the bill again on that. I'm not sure.
Thank you.
Offhand.
Do we have, follow up?
Follow up?
Do we have a way for someone to volunteer? Well, I guess every inspection station would just have the ability for having someone stop in and ask for a voluntary inspection. Do we have that? Do they get an updated? I'm getting nods, so
Yeah.
I think I've got my answer question. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to follow up on that. Did I hear you correctly? No, in boating world, you can pull over a Marine Patrol and voluntarily have them go through your vehicle, and if you comply with all the regulations and safety, they give you a little sticker on the window that says you voluntarily did this. Do we have something like that for automobiles?
I have to check. I have not heard of that. No, we do not.
I think it's a wonderful idea, but thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I have nobody else signed up to speak on, where are we? House Bill 209, so I'll close the public hearing. Last hearing for the day, scheduled for, we're running a little bit behind, but still going to take a couple of minutes to stretch our legs. Next up in a few minutes, House Bill 239 FN. See you then. Welcome back, everybody. I'm going to open up the public hearing on House Bill 239 FN, defining and enabling lane filtering. Chair recognizes the prime sponsor, Representative Reed. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, honorable members. For the record, my name is Ellen Reed. I represent Rockingham 10, that is Newmarket and Newfields. Also, for background on myself, in terms of why I've brought this bill forward, I have been riding motorcycles for 18 years. I've ridden in, I believe, 17 states, about a third of the states, I think. I've ridden in 7 countries. I've lost track of the number of motorcycles I've ridden, which I have to say, I don't own as many as I've tried. That would be Representative Geisen with his stable of dozens of very expensive bikes, which I've had the pleasure of seeing. But the point being that I think I at least have 100,000 miles under my belt on 2 wheels. So lane filtering, and I just want to define lane filtering. I know you can read the bill, but lane filtering is when a motorcycle, specifically 2 wheels, goes between lanes, or depending on if you're like right on top of the line or slightly to the side of the line, shares a lane with a car, either at a stoplight or in extremely slow traffic, like in construction. Lane splitting, which is a term you may see in testimony or may hear, is an umbrella term that includes that behavior, which is only at super low speed or stopped traffic, but also what California does, and California is the only one where it's fully legal, which is lane splitting at speed. At the speed limit. This is not that lane splitting. This is just the very narrow lane filtering that only happens at stopped traffic or very slow speeds, specifically 10 miles an hour or less. So 17 states have lane splitting legal, 6 of which have affirmatively provided for protection of motorcycles to engage in this behavior, to choose whether or not to engage in that behavior, as is their right. And almost the entire world, and I can say this from having just this past year ridden across a significant piece of Europe, Poland, Italy, France. Honestly, if there wasn't lane filtering in most of those countries, especially in the cities, the traffic would never move, because such a large percentage of the population rides on 2 wheels that it's the only way to mitigate the traffic. This is also true of Southeast Asia and a large part of South America. So most of the world recognizes lane filtering at slower stopped traffic as just proper traffic management. And the reason it's proper traffic management is because motorcycles, because of their power to weight ratio, have acceleration capabilities better than pretty much any consumer produced automobile that is available. And so if you're in traffic, you want all the vehicles to get out of that traffic as quickly as possible. And motorcycles are doing that by getting themselves out of traffic. They can only do that if they can get up to the front of the line. The particular legislation here is based on Colorado, I think, Colorado's language, but I added in Minnesota's education piece and protection against aggressive automobile behavior, and I'll get into that. So I just mentioned that traffic flow is one of the biggest reasons, it's not the biggest reason for this. Another reason, which is not the biggest reason, is to protect motorcyclists who are sitting on a combustion engine, usually in summer weather, in traffic, usually wearing full gear. So motorcyclists can easily become overheated, and their motorcycles, which do not have the kind of cooling systems that cars have, can also become overheated. So allowing them to leave traffic sooner helps with that, but that's also not the biggest reason to allow this. The biggest reason to allow this is because a motorcycle sitting behind, and I think anyone here who's ridden knows this problem very well, sitting behind at a stoplight behind a full automobile does not add to that silhouette. And a person approaching you from behind doesn't necessarily see that you are closer to them than the silhouette that they see, which is the rear end of the car in front of you, which means that motorcyclists are at a huge risk of rear end collisions when they are sitting in traffic, as they are legally required to do currently. And those rear end collisions are incredibly fatal. In fact, one of, not just fatal, but can result in other severe injuries. One of the people who I think has reached out to you or will reach out to you is the person who made this bill become law in Minnesota. And he's either the president or high up in the BMW Motorcycle Owners Association. And he had his wife on the back of his BMW sitting, as he was legally supposed to do, in traffic, and got rear-ended, as frequently happens. And his wife lost use of her legs. I don't know if it was temporary or permanent, but a very, very severe injury. And that spurred him to get this law passed in Minnesota. So that safety, and very specifically the option to choose the safer option on the road for the motorcyclist. This is the live free or die state. I know we can all come up with examples where we don't necessarily think that is true, but we don't have helmet law in this state. We don't have seatbelt law in this state. And for some reason, we are requiring motorcyclists to engage in a more dangerous behavior. Now, if a particular motorcyclist, maybe somebody who isn't as experienced, is afraid of going in between the vehicles, that's their option. They can stand or sit behind a car. That's fine. This is about the right to make the choice for what is in your best interest. I will say that if you never practice going in between vehicles, you are denying yourself a very necessary skill, because there will be times in traffic, again, anyone who's spent significant time on two wheels knows, there will be times in traffic that you have to react quickly and you have to maneuver in a tight situation. So if you never do that, you are actually a worse road hazard than when you get the experience to actually do that. And this is, you can watch videos of European riders, South Asian riders riding, and you would be surprised at the ride skill that they have, because we just don't practice those skills here. So the specifics of when this is allowed in the bill, any traffic that's traveling less than 10 miles an hour, for a vehicle that has two wheels on the ground. So this is important. This is not a trike. This is not a spider. This is not a motorcycle with a sidecar. This is very specifically a two-wheeled vehicle in contact with the ground. So like if you had a spare mounted, that would be different. But also you can't do a wheelie while you're lane filtering. Can overtake in between lanes. So not on shoulders, but in between lanes. If the traffic is traveling at less than 10 miles an hour, and as long as the motorcycle is going 20 miles an hour or less. So that speed differential is really important. That's a 10 mile an hour speed differential. There are studies by DOT, studies by UC Berkeley, multiple studies that have shown there are also other studies that show that sitting behind, as a motorcycle sitting behind a car, the stoplight is a huge rear end collision risk, which I failed to mention earlier. But there are studies that show that as much as we continually say, and it's a popular narrative, that speed kills, which is true, or your overall speed is the number one risk factor, it's actually not overall speed. Yes, speed is a factor, especially given the road you're on and other things. But the speed differential, in most cases, when we're talking about a vehicle and vehicle collision, speed differential, and this is from these studies, is the most important factor in a collision. So, and so much so that they actually have an exact number. 15 miles an hour speed differential is where things get dangerous, and you are more likely to cause a traffic hazard or a risk of collision if you're going slower on that slow side. So if you are going 15 miles an hour slower than traffic is, even if traffic is going 20 miles an hour over the speed limit, if you're going 15 miles an hour or more slower, you are creating the risk, more so than if you're going 15 miles an hour faster than traffic. But the goal is to get everybody within that same 15 mile an hour window, because that is where collisions don't typically happen. So this is a 10 mile an hour speed differential. But I want to bring up, because one of the big arguments will be, something along the lines of, well, you could potentially, if it's narrow, you could potentially hit vehicles as you're going in between. That's true anytime you operate any kind of vehicle. You need to know the width of your vehicle. And while safety for cars or advancements in safety for cars focuses on the engineering aspect of cars, creating crumple zones and better frames and airbags and what have you. Safety for motorcycles really is all on the rider. Anyone who rides motorcycles knows that they are taking on all the risk and they have to drive defensively. Because if there is a problem, and when you're in an accident on a motorcycle, you are 30 times more likely to die from that accident than in a car. So you need to know how wide your vehicle is no matter what you're driving. You need to know whether or not you can fit in whatever area you're driving into no matter what you're driving. And you're taking on that risk as a person who's operating a vehicle. So that's true across the board. But what I will say is that if you're sitting behind a vehicle and you are about to be rear-ended, that is a much worse collision than if you go in between lanes and you tap a mirror. And it's like 95% of all of those lane filtering incidents are mirror taps. And all that results of it is having to readjust your mirrors. So that's not to say that other things can't happen, but that's the vast majority. And I would much rather be all day long every day in a mirror tap incident than a rear end incident. Okay, so I think I am on to the education piece. This was borrowed out of Minnesota's language. I think that's kind of self-explanatory. Education for both the motorcyclists in our training, but also I think education for car drivers, because I think anyone who's ridden motorcycles knows that there are aggressive cars, people who just really hate motorcycles and have done things intentionally to risk motorcyclists' lives. That is something that we deal with. That's a risk that we take on, is being aware and being able to evade those. So one of the questions that about this bill is, well, drivers are just going to be mad that these motorcycles are passing them and coming up to the front of the line. And, yeah, there probably will be a few mad drivers at first, and that's why there's an education to let people know it's legal. But again, this is the law of the land pretty much everywhere else in the world. And drivers are okay with it. They get used to it. It's weird in this country that we kind of approach driving from this kind of individualistic, it's my turn, it's your turn perspective, rather than what's in the best interest of traffic flow perspective. And that's something that the rest of the world kind of emphasizes. But eventually it will be normalized. And that's part of why the education. Now, $10,000 is $10,000 to $100,000 is in the fiscal note is possible for that education. I don't see how maybe adding a little tiny segment to motorcycle education and then doing maybe a press release, social media release, and maybe some LED signs would exceed $10,000. But I'm sure that there are people here who will be eager to speak to what they think the cost will be. And I guess I'm just going to close with the idea that I think a lot of times we all, not just in this building, but in our lives, make decisions based on feeling rather than fact. And there's definitely a feeling, there's general feelings, I think, for all of us that we're reticent to change. We like things the way they are. We're used to that. And there's also the feeling that there's this stereotype of the motorcyclist that is this young, typically male, kind of reckless rider. The majority of riders are not young and not reckless. They're usually middle-aged, and they've chosen motorcycles because it's a more cost-efficient, time-efficient, and fuel-efficient way to get between their locations that they need to commute, and they're willing to take on the cost, which is increased risk to themselves. That's most riders. And I would like to say that female riders are the fastest growing demographic in motorcycle riding. So there is this emotional thing like, oh, this is going to be a bunch of haphazard, aggressive riders, but that's actually not true. Most of the motorcyclists are actually responsible and have very knowingly and conscientiously taken on these risks and understand how to engage in risk management. And I just think that given that there's study after study that shows that this is a danger to motorcyclists and that we are in the live free or die state, it's only the right thing to do to join the multiple states and most of the world in allowing motorcyclists to make that decision for themselves as to what is in the best interest of their safety. And with that, I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Representative Geisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Reed. So, as of right now, when I am on my motorcycle and I come in to stop traffic, you know, I don't want to get sandwiched any more than anybody else. That's one of the that's actually one of my only fears on a bike. I have no fear on a bike except for getting sandwiched. Right now, I will pull out and I could get cited for failure to maintain a singular lane of traffic for pulling out of the flow as the only option to getting rear-ended. Now, if I pull far enough to the edge of a lane, I have had cars come up and try to encroach me off the lane. This bill would give me the option to, at safe speeds, not only get out of in between the vehicles, but also filter to a safe location, whether it's the next turn or the front of the line. Correct?
That's absolutely correct, Representative. And thank you for pointing out that I failed to mention that based on Minnesota law, this does make illegal the hostile behavior of intentionally blocking a motorcycle that is trying to lane filter. Currently, you could be cited if you engaged in the safest behavior. And again, riding a motorcycle, while you and I both consider it to be fun, is a service to society. You are saving emissions, you are saving on traffic, you're saving on parking, you're doing a service. So much so that a lot of other countries and a lot of states reward motorcyclists with close parking, with lower tolls, with use of the HOV lane. So we reward this behavior that's helping with our traffic problems. So why would we penalize motorcyclists when they're just trying to do what is safest?
And quick follow-up.
Yep, follow-up.
And there is nothing in this bill that mandates me doing this. You've seen my bikes, and I have a couple that are a little bit wider, and I would not be comfortable doing that with them. There's nothing that mandates that I use this.
Right. If you had a big fat boy with big giant saddlebags or what have you, you don't have to do it. There's nothing. This is just a motorcyclist rights issue.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. You mentioned at one point sort of clearing traffic, and I have been in Southeast Asia and see all the motorcycles come up and they sort of end up in the crosswalk if they bother to stop. So, but when the light changes, they go and everybody goes out behind, the cars go out behind them. I've seen that happen. I understand that. Our roads, I feel like, don't necessarily have a space at the front of the line behind the intersection, behind the crosswalk for motorcycles to stop or other two-wheel vehicles to stop. Is there a situation where you're going to have, you know, sort of two vehicles next to each other trying to figure out who goes first and how that gets sorted? Or how do you see that playing out from a safety perspective mostly?
So I can guarantee you, and I think Rep. Geisen's going to back me up on this one. If there's a motorcycle stopped at the same line as a car, that motorcycle is going first. There's no question. We can accelerate faster than you could ever dream of, unless you have the highest end race car. And I have maybe a not great bike. That's the only way that the car is going to win that battle. Having said that, you do bring up a good point, which is a lot of communities elsewhere have created these specific zones because such a large percentage of their population rides on two wheels. We don't have that high of a percentage of population. If you're at a stoplight currently, you don't see, unless it's maybe the height of like bike week season, you don't see dozens of two-wheeled vehicles waiting at that stoplight. But having said that, there's nothing preventing any community that has jurisdiction of whatever that road is, whether it's a town road or state, from creating those zones at intersections to allow like kind of the parking space for them in the front of the line. But typically you're going to see at most maybe one bike at a stoplight, and that bike will be nose to nose with the car next to it, and the bike will get in front. And if the car driver's upset about that, it's not a problem because they'll forget all about that bike in about 5 seconds.
Representative Foote.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Reed. Do we know in those states, the 17 states where this is legal, is there any studies or statistics about any increased accidents with vehicles doing this? Because I know it's a big education component to this for the riders and regular vehicle drivers. So is there any uptick in accidents when this first gets initiated, or?
I have the person who may or may not have reached out to you already, who has that information for you. I don't know if it's been in all of those states where it's, so 12 of the states, no, 11 of the states, it's just legal because there's no law that speaks to it. And 6 of them have proactively made it a behavior for motorcyclists to engage in. I'm happy to get that information from that person or anywhere else and send it along to the committee. Having said that, once again, those accidents are going to be mirror taps or very slow speed side swipes, which is so much better than a rear end at 20, 30 miles an hour.
Further questions from the committee? I'll ask one myself. Statistics wise, because I'm obviously concerned about motorcycle safety as well. I got you beat by a few years on the roads, but how many?
But also how many years you've been on the planet, so maybe I'll catch up to you.
Yeah. How many incidents a year are we looking at for fatalities, or actually rear-end collisions and fatalities in New Hampshire? Do you know?
Once again, that person who I just cited has compiled all these statistics, and I'm happy. I don't have a specific, but I think the most important thing is not the overall number. It's the percentage likelihood a motorcycle will be rear-ended at a stoplight versus a car, because cars get rear-ended at stoplights too, right? Motorcycles are more likely to be rear-ended, and I can get the data that shows you how much more likely they are.
That would be helpful. And I was hoping there'd be somebody from the DOT here. Only at the actual definition itself, because it does specify in line 9 that we're only talking about passing or overtaking in the same lane. Do you have any idea, because I don't have a DOT person here, how wide the average lane is in New Hampshire versus how wide the normal vehicle is or average vehicle? In other words, if you do the subtraction, there's not much left there.
It depends on what road you're on. So highway lanes are far wider than a lot of, like, say, town roads. The maximum width of a vehicle, I can tell you from being CDL for 13 years or 14 years, whatever, is 8.5 feet. So a lane typically is like at least 10 feet wide. But, you know, there may be some very, very small roads in some very rural back areas that are slightly more narrow. I don't know what the actual minimum is. And there's certainly highway lanes that are far wider. Having said that, once again, if you are the operator of any vehicle, it is on you, your responsibility, to know how wide your vehicle is and if it can fit where you're about to put it. That's true of a car, a bus, anything. And so you are taking on that responsibility. And I will just add that unlike in a car or an SUV or a truck or whatever, I can, and maybe not on the Fat Boy, but I can look all around me and see exactly how wide my vehicle is, which is something I don't get to do in a truck or a bus, right? So I can see, yeah, no, I'm definitely not going to fit. But as a motorcyclist, you're taking on that risk. The damage is on you. So I just said car versus motorcycle at a stoplight. Motorcycle wins every single time. The downside, the risk we all take on, is car versus motorcycle. In a collision, the car wins every single time. That's the trade-off.
Anybody else from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
We got here. Next up, Chair recognized Dan Bennett, Hampshire Auto Dealers Association. Opposed to the bill, looking for a couple of minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'll do my best to be brief, better than the last time. Again, Dan Bennett, New Hampshire Auto Dealers Association, trade association representing the motor vehicle industry, including multiple motorcycle and power sports members. As I mentioned before, and you've heard me say before, safe roads is a cornerstone issue for New Hampshire Auto Dealers Association. We're a member of the New Hampshire Traffic Safety Commission. We're a member of the New Hampshire Motorcycle Safety Task Force. And you've often heard us be a roadway safety advocate on issues, whether it's inspections like before, the texting ban while driving, motorcycle rider education, and driver's education for young children who may be in need and need a scholarship. We, with a few of our partners, help administer Care program to help more kids get into driver's ed. So again, roadway safety is an important issue for us. It's our opinion that lane filtering at any speed is not appropriate for New Hampshire. There's going to be a huge driver and operator education curve with this type of issue, both classroom and experiential. If you've ever been had it happen to you, especially at high speeds, it can be rather jarring when someone overtakes you. Acknowledging that this is done at the lower speed, we heard the references to other places. You know, the congestion that we experience in New Hampshire is not California and New York. It is not Southeast Asia, and it is not European cities either. 10 miles an hour on 93 or 101 does not really happen all that frequently. As mentioned, and you've heard us before, recent data shows whether it's impairment, whether it's distraction, whether it's excessive speeds, which if we've seen records of excessive speeds over the past year and summer especially, and mechanicals. It's just our opinion this is not the right time to pass a law that potentially could risk the roads being unsafe, a little more unsafe, leading to accidents or potentially even worse. So with that being said, Mr. Chairman, that's all I have to offer on this particular legislation.
Thank you very much. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members.
Next up, Chair recognizes Tracy Borbage, representative of the New Hampshire Motorcyclist Rights Organization, opposed to the bill.
And I have written testimony.
And written testimony. Thank you.
So as stated before, just to remind you again, I represent motorcyclists across the board in this state as the president of New Hampshire Motorcycle Rights, the Traffic and Safety Commission. I chair the task force, and I sit on the national board for motorcyclists. So I'm very involved, very engaged, and very aware of motorcycling and what's going on in this country. I have been riding since I was 4 years old, and I am older than she is, so longer than Miss Ellen Reed. We are here to oppose this bill, and obviously I represent the rights organization. We do believe in the rights, but it's a privilege to be on our roads. There's some things I want to express as to why we feel that this is an issue. The first being the potential impact of impaired, reckless, and distracted motor vehicle operators not knowing or understanding the legality of authorized lane filtering by motorcyclists. The second is given the number of out-of-state motor vehicle operators that we have that come in that may not understand that we have this law if we put this through. The third, Representative Reed mentioned $10,000 to $100,000. Having worked with the state on the motorcycle rights or the motorcycle funds that we do receive for the task force, I can tell you to implement this, it will not be $10,000. We can spend that on PSAs for just the riding community in just one riding season easily. So knowing that, where is that cost going to come from? And given in the year where the budget is being cut, I doubt that we're going to get that kind of money for this. I also want to let you know that most motorcyclists, and it took me a while to understand too because we don't do it, and while I agree that it's happening in Europe, there are a lot more riders in Europe that ride motorcycles. It's very common. In our states, most places, we see a lot of riders, but it's still not a common place for us compared to the amount of vehicles on the road. Motorcyclists, most of them themselves, do not understand what lane splitting or lane filtering is and the definition between the two. In my testimony, I don't want to get into all the details. It does explain what is generally accepted for filtering and for splitting. But if they don't know the difference, and yes, there's an educational component, but do you really think we're going to be able to get to every motorcyclist that's riding in this community and to the motorist and explain to them that this is an acceptable thing to do? Just this past season, September, I had 2 different motorcycles do what I would call lane splitting at very high speeds down between the line. One was a Harley full dresser. The other was what we call a crotch rocket. And I can tell you, in my car, I was pissed off. It's not, and I'm a rider, it's not acceptable. The other thing I want to tell you is typically, and you know, she said this and this is on them, but this is huge because I deal with this nationally. The perception of motorcyclists from other vehicle operators is not good. And it's not because most of us are bad riders. It's not because most of us are popping the wheelies like what you're seeing out there on the roadways. But motorcyclists have a very negative feel for most other vehicle operators. They think that we all are jerks, and they think we all pop wheelies and ride like jerks. So given that, again, how are we going to educate in that component and explain to these people that we're not being a jerk? Because the next side is going to be, well, if they can do it, why can't I? We're not asking to go down the breakdown lane, I realize that, but that will be the next thing for other vehicles. The states that she mentioned, you have this in my testimony as well. There are 5 states currently that have lane filtering. And in that, you'll see, if you look in my testimony, I don't want to get into every one of them, exactly what their lane filtering in that state allows and what it says. Those 5 states, though, are like Arizona, Utah, Colorado, Montana. Do those states sound like anything like New Hampshire? They've got roadways that don't have a lot of people on them. They do have congestion in some areas. California, lane splitting is legal. It has been only legal fairly recently. I think it's 2016. But California is a very different state than New Hampshire. New Hampshire is not ready for this. Doesn't mean that it won't ever be. Doesn't mean that we won't have discussions in the future to decide. The other last thing that I'd like to bring up is chairing the task force, the motorcycle task force, and there are some very heavy hitters on that task force. We have the Department of Safety, the Department of Transportation, the Liquor Commission, AAA, New Hampshire Automobile Dealers Association, NHTSA, the National Highway Traffic and Safety Administration, and the FARS. We discuss a lot of this at length, a lot of this. And a big component is we get every single week, I personally get, the data of what the crashes and fatalities are. We are not being hit from behind. And that's not to say that we can't ever be, but we don't need to change something that's going to create more issues because we might be. That to me is not an intelligent decision for us to spend this money on. And with that, I will take any questions if you'd like, but my testimony at the very back, if you will look to, for those of you that don't know what it is, shows you what that looks like. If you're in cars and that is coming down between the lanes, for most people, it's not going to be an acceptable action. That doesn't, again, mean that I agree or disagree. It's just I don't believe, representing the motorcyclists in this state, that this is the best thing for this state.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Representative Blondin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony and for my question. I'm looking for some clarification. We've heard a lot of testimony today referencing motorcycles in Europe and Asia. My understanding, a lot of those are mopeds in those foreign countries, a higher percentage. And that's from what I've seen legally, and as I'm a motorcycle rider and I've got mopeds, they're totally different vehicles. Do you have any knowledge under this European and Asian? Is it in fact an overwhelming amount of motorcycles, or am I correct in assuming it's a mixture of mopeds and motorcycles?
It's a mixture. I don't have the numbers. Larry Crow actually might be able to tell you that more because he races over there when he testifies. But there are a lot smaller. Typically, I mean, in India, they're a lot smaller. But plenty of people over there ride big, like she said, fat boys and other types of motorcycles that are full dressers. But a lot of those people that are riding in other countries are riding for a mode of transportation. In New Hampshire, I can tell you that the brunt of the people riding, we're riding because we're bikers. We're not riding as a mode of transportation. It's a way of life for us. It's a lifestyle to ride a motorcycle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Representative Guyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, ma'am. So I want to make sure that I'm understanding your testimony correct in that you You are concerned more about the culture being not ready, causing an additional risk to the biker. And that's your prime reason for opposing this, is that you don't feel that the culture is ready. It's not anything other than that. Is that correct?
No, that's a huge component of it. But I think too, anything that we do, we have to educate people, correct? And how, again, we have people, we have motorcyclists right now that are riding 160 miles an hour. We had 2 that were stopped this past year. So we have motorcyclists engaging in behavior that's already illegal. So we need to educate those riders, but we need to educate the general public. We're the general public that doesn't know what a solid white line means. How many of you have been in other places that don't understand the solid white line? So it's not that that's the biggest component, but that is a component that we have to think about, and then we have to think about funding that. And to educate all of these people and educate people coming into our state is going to be a big issue. And I don't think that we had somebody at the mall in New Hampshire, what was it, a year ago or 2, where he got cut off and he shot somebody. I would prefer not to see motorcyclists having that issue. And where we're not seeing the data, if we were getting rear-ended a lot, obviously this would probably be a very different discussion. But we're not being rear-ended at a stoplight, in droves in New Hampshire. We're just not. So the fatalities and the crashes aren't showing us that we need to be talking about this. And while I agree that there are times that we can be hit from behind, we have to be responsible on our motorcycles to know what and where and how and what to do. Thank you for your question.
Representative Pataro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Could you describe what the difference between splitting and filtering is?
So if you look, let me get to the page. And I'm going to read it only because, again, I happen not to do it. Okay. Have I ever done it? Yes, one time. Lane splitting is generally defined as riding on a multi-lane highway, such as a limited access freeway. A motorcyclist could split the lanes and ride between 2 vehicles if traffic is heavily congested or stopped. Lane filtering is generally defined as riding in multiple lanes of traffic where there are intersections and signals. A motorcyclist could filter between 2 rows of vehicles stopped at a light, allowing the motorcyclist to move to the front of the line. But if you think about what those 2 things say, how many people do you know are going to probably understand filtering from splitting? Thank you for your question.
Yeah, thank you. That's great.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak.
Next up, Chair recognizes Larry Crow, Representative Department of Motor Vehicle, Motorcycle Rider Training. No position taken on the bill. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Walsh and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am the state coordinator of the Motorcycle Rider Education Program, which is at the Division of Motor Vehicles. I'm not here to speak for or against, but to provide any kind of information you may need. I have a couple areas that I'd like to speak to. One thing that's been mentioned tremendously here is the educational component of putting any kind of law like this in place. So the Motorcycle Rider Education Program operates within the Division of Motor Vehicles. It has been identified within the bill as the entity to develop the educational guidelines. Were this bill to pass, it would be of the utmost importance that the motorcycling community, as well as the passenger vehicle community in general, fully understand what it means and what it does not mean for the continued safe and legal operation of 2-wheeled motor vehicles. Lane filtering does have the potential to be instituted very well. It can also be instituted very poorly, and education is the key difference. Under the guidance of Director Marasco, MREP, Motorcycle Rider Education Program, would be able to provide all the support requested. As the primary program in the state that provides information to the riding public, and in particular new riders, we would need to devote energy to fully understand the law as written, and as it is written, it is easily understood by the program. And create an outreach program. It would require training to the instructor team to be able to impart this information to the riders, as well as answer questions from the public. However, the motorcycle rider education program itself only directly touches a small percentage of new riders and reaches very little of the existing motor vehicle community, in other words, car drivers, who would be impacted by this legislation. As such, an effective outreach campaign that reaches everyone impacted would need to be created and implemented. And this is likely to involve stakeholders from outside of the DMV and the motorcycle rider education program. I myself am a rider. I annually ride in Europe, as well as I've ridden in 48 of the 50 states. You can probably guess which two I haven't made it to yet. I lived in Los Angeles, where I daily rode my R100 RT BMW, and lane splitting was done regularly there. I also, as I mentioned, ride extensively in Europe. Just last year, much to my wife's chagrin, who was sitting on the back of the bike, I was lane filtering in Prague. And I can tell you, if I hadn't done that, I would still be in Prague. That being said, New Hampshire doesn't have a Prague yet. So it's up, yes, it is done. I wish on a personal level that the United States was just blanket ready for this. And in particular in New Hampshire, the unintended consequences of potential road rage and other kind of crashes is something to be considered as you folks do make your decision. That being said, the cost benefit analysis would tend to be toward, does New Hampshire need it, even though it's done well in the rest of the country. One item would be that it would have to have tremendous cooperation amongst everybody on the road, with an eye with the good for all, not just the good for me. Recent behavior on the roads does indicate that may not be what the current climate is out there on our roads, but I do hope that we get to the point where that would happen. And, lane splitting might make sense for New Hampshire. I'll end my testimony there, and if you have any questions, I will do my best to answer.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the committee? Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. You mentioned needing to get additional stakeholders involved to develop an effective training program. Do you think that is reasonable within the $10,000 to $100,000 budget that's been put in the fiscal note here, or is this how broad is that going to be, and where do you see the spending requirements?
That's hard to tell. Some of the external stakeholders would be able to provide some funding. We have some great generous partners in the state. Some of them are on the Motorcycle Task Force, which I am also part of. So that is difficult to say. And that 10 to 100,000 came from me. We can't. We're also a member of the State Motorcycle Safety Association, where folks that have the same position as I do across the nation regularly meet. And the list of states that Tracy provided, I've spoke to almost every one of those folks that were required and implemented it. In general, they have said that the educational component has proven to be very difficult. Another thing in here, I believe it has what is typically the common implemented 60-day after signing. Probably more time would be needed because of the creation and also implementation of it. Education, I cannot emphasize enough how important it is to do it well if this bill does pass. Did that answer your question, sir?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Anybody else? See, well, we're just asking questions. You can take them afterwards. Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, Chair recognizes, Matt Amatucci from the New Hampshire State Police in opposition to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
So my name is Matt Amatucci. I'm with the New Hampshire State Police, and we're in opposition of this bill. This bill will inevitably increase the amount of crashes that we see. I'll give you some statistics that I have from the Office of Highway Safety that were posed earlier. So in 2020, there were 516 motor vehicle crashes resulting in 756 injuries. There were 104 fatalities. 26 of those involved motorcycles, and 82.6% of them, the motorcycle operator was at fault. In 2021, there were 118 fatalities in New Hampshire. 26 of those, 22%, involved motorcycles. 87.5%, the motorcycle operator was at fault. In 2023, there were 127 fatalities in New Hampshire. 40 of them, 31.5%, involved motorcycles. This bill references developing educational guidelines, which you've heard testimony to. I think that that's going to be challenging when you talk about lane splitting and filtering, and it's not just the motorcyclists that need to be educated. It is the entire public. There are only 5 states, which you heard testimony to. All of those states are out in the Midwest, Hawaii, Arizona, Montana, Utah, Colorado. There's no states up in the Northeast or on the East Coast that allow filtering. And there will be a misunderstanding as to what filtering is opposed to what splitting is. This would also be very challenging to enforce. If you're talking about 95 and holiday weekend and traffic is traveling at 5 miles an hour, you'd see motorcycles splitting lanes, filtering, if you will. If they're going 30, 40 miles an hour, there's no way to enforce that. And the majority of public, the hundreds of thousands of visitors that we have every year, aren't going to be expecting a vehicle to be passing on the right or the left as they filter their way through traffic through the state. When they go to do lane changes, it's going to result in crashes. The pros don't outweigh the cons as it relates to safety with filtering. Even if you look at downtown Concord, people are going to be looking for parking spaces. They're going to have their turn signal on. They're not going to be expecting a vehicle to be coming up on their right or their left as they go to turn into a parking space. It's going to result in additional crashes, additional injuries, potential fatalities. The traffic just isn't an issue in New Hampshire as it is in other states like California. In general, I think the motorcycle operators in the state are less experienced than in southern and western states where the climate is better. You just don't get the same amount of hours in general that you do down south. There will certainly be confusion as it relates to filtering and lane splitting. Even motorcyclists have a difficult time defining that, let alone the general public. And it will certainly increase road rage. We see it now. This will increase road rage. We heard testimony as to who goes first when you come up to a traffic light. You could get into vehicles that are trying to race. I just don't see any benefit as it relates to safety with this law. That's all I have.
All right, thanks. I'm going to throw one at you because you did mention a good point about that we don't have that type of traffic in New Hampshire. I'll disagree with you on 2 days of the week, Friday and Sunday. And it's usually on our interstates, and they are locked up for hours. What would your feeling be if there was a law that said it was okay for motorcycles at a low speed could use the breakdown lane in those situations?
I wouldn't be in favor of it. What is the benefit? And if it's to alleviate traffic, we just don't have hundreds of thousands of motorcycles that are traveling. It's vehicles. yes, it can be hot on certain days, but we don't have the same climate and the same weather that you see in states like Arizona. We don't have the same roads. And again, the motoring public is not expecting vehicles to be traveling in breakdown lanes. They're not expecting motorcycles to be traveling down middle lanes. So they're not expecting it. And I don't know how you educate that unless it becomes a more common practice across this country, not just in certain parts of this country. And it's not a common practice up here. And if we are the first state that implements that in the Northeast, we're going to be the ones that have all the growing pains, so to speak.
I'm breaking my own rule, but you asked me what the benefit would be, and I would say that the benefit probably is that seeing as how most motorcycles are air cooled, preventing damage to my motorcycle would be a benefit. Anybody else from the committee? Well, Representative Gaius.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Trooper. How often do you have instances where a police car is turned into, sideswiped, or otherwise damaged when it is passing by traffic? Because I know one of your points was that traffic doesn't expect it. You've got lights and siren, and they still surprise me. Do you have a lot of side collisions from civilians just turning into the police car when you go by them?
I don't have the statistics on that. It does happen. But to your point, if it's happening when we have audible lights and sirens, I can only imagine what's going to happen when motorcycles don't. They're hard to see already. We used to allow our motorcycle unit to pass with lights and siren during certain escorts of vehicles and things like that. But we did away with that due to safety concerns. And that is with visual and audible warnings to the motoring public, just because they're not expecting it. They're not looking for it.
Representative Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. How do you see this working at the tolls? Because, you know, on July 4th or all our big holidays, even though we have the 60-mile-an-hour straight through in Hooksett, I'm thinking Hooksett, that's where I travel the most, you still get a backup. And if you're going to pay a toll, you definitely get a backup. Do you see a problem with motorcyclists taking advantage of that with this new law of passing cars through, trying to get through the 60-mile-an-hour lane, or even passing through trying to get ahead in the paying booth?
Thank you for the question. It certainly could. Again, I think that the vast majority, even though perception sometimes is reality, I think the vast majority of motorcycle operators are good, law-abiding citizens that want to do the right thing, want to enjoy this great state. But when you're talking about the other hundreds of thousands of motorists who aren't familiar with the law, it's going to result in road rage situations with them trying to cut in. I just sat in traffic for the last 3 hours, and now I have a motorcycle that's going to come in at the tolls potentially. It has disaster written all over it, to be quite blunt. I just don't see anything positive coming out of this other than, you know, on real hot days, the overheating. In general, I just don't think that this is what this state needs at this time.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Last pink card I have, last person to sign up. I'm giving cleanup to Dan Goodman from the AAA. Opposed to the bill. Thank me later. And I'm just kidding, by the way.
Apologies, Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for giving me a few minutes. For the record, my name is Dan Goodman. I'm the Public Affairs and Traffic Safety Manager for AAA Northern New England. We represent about a little over 1 million members in Maine, New Hampshire, and Vermont. We, over the years, advocate for public policies to make our roads safer here in New Hampshire, distracted driving, impaired driving, speeding, and now lane filtering. I'm here in opposition to this. It seems as a very inherently dangerous activity, especially with the increasing number of fatalities, not just motor vehicle fatalities, but motorcycle fatalities that we're seeing nationally and here in New Hampshire. Over the last 20 years, we've seen motorcycle fatalities about 30 times higher than automobile fatalities. And over the last 5 years here in New Hampshire, motorcycle fatalities have risen 20%. That's alarming. When I was looking at the data, just 6, 7, 8 years ago, we were seeing motorcycle fatalities in the teens. And most recently in 2023, there was 40 motorcycle fatalities. So passing a law to allow, in our opinion, inherently dangerous activity is not wise. Drivers may not be aware of a motorcycle passing them in the middle lane. And in fact, in some of our recent research where we looked at the blind spot monitoring, which is in most new vehicles, they never detected motorcycles, or very rarely. And we should say, we advise motorists not to rely on that, but we found in that research that motorists over rely on their technology, specifically their blind spot monitoring. So they will be turning without sometimes looking at their blind spot. And lastly, the conditions of New Hampshire roads are a concern. In the latest national report, 33% of our roads are in poor and mediocre condition. And that's a concern for not just motorcycles, but automobiles as well. So that is all. So much good stuff has been said. So I'll just wrap it up quickly. Thank you for the time. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thanks again.
Thank you.
All right, last person I have signed up, so I will close the public hearing on, and I shouldn't have done that. Where are we? 2:39. So that concludes our public hearings for today. There was a method to my madness. Our executive session is scheduled for 1:30. I kind of had a feeling this was going to happen, so we'll see you then. Good afternoon, everybody. Sorry for the delay. Once again, we always like to make sure we are as prepared as possible. We will get started by opening up the executive session on House Bill 105 FN, creating a new conservation license plate and directing the additional fee to the Cyanobacteria Mitigation Loan and Grant Fund. Chair recognizes Representative Coker for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make a motion of ought to pass on House Bill 105.
Motion is ought to pass. Do I have a second? Seconded by Representative St. Clair. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes, sir. So anything we can do to help mitigate cyanobacteria, I'm a fan of, especially being from a district up in Meredith that on Lake Winnipesaukee. So I think this is a great way to help pull up the funds available to fight it, mitigate it, and it kind of prevents some of these waterfront towns from having their taxes get jacked up for the mitigation efforts, which can be a huge increase, and it's voluntary. So it's I think it's a win-win for everybody, and I think it's also going to be a really good marketing vessel too. I mean, that's going to be a cool license plate, and people are going to see it all around New England. So I like it.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else from the committee? Representative Sykes.
Yeah, I'm in favor of the ought to pass motion. I think that it's I will just express some skepticism about the costs involved that the organization will. I don't see it as a revenue producing device, but I do think it has very important public relations benefits, very important benefits for bringing this issue to the forefront. And for that reason, I could support the bill.
Anybody else from the committee? No? All right, seeing none, the motion is ought to pass on House Bill 105. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll when she's ready.
Vice Chairman Gorski,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Hill,
No.
Representative Foot,
Yes.
Representative Patero,
Yes.
Representative Coker,
Yes.
Representative Geisen,
Yes.
Representative Hamlin,
Yes.
Representative Sykes,
Yes.
Representative Sinclair,
Yes.
Representative Fox,
Yes.
Representative Vayu,
Yes.
Representative Johnson,
Yes.
Representative Palondon,
Yes.
and Representative Miller,
Yes.
and Chairman Walsh.
Yes.
Consent.
15-1.
Okay, our recommendation is adopted for ought to pass, I should say 15-1. I did hear somebody move consent.
Consent.
Who was that? Without, is there a second for consent?
I'll second.
Okay, without any objection, consent it is.
Can it go?
It's an FN bill. Is it under 10?
You know what? Hold on one second.
I'm sorry, I should turn my mic on.
It's 25. So
I don't think you can go on.
oh, okay.
Yeah, that's right.
I
Don't
withdraw
mind
my
me, just
motion.
for the record, I'm just getting caught up on the paperwork, which were second committee bills and which were not. Put it this way, we're on the record of being okay with it. If we can put it on consent, we will. If not, it will not be there. So I'll close the executive session on House Bill 105. Next up, after a few minutes of reset, we'll be doing House Bill 140. Slight change of plans, folks. We're waiting on a few amendments. So the next bill we take up will be House Bill 133. Okay, I'm going to open up the executive session on House Bill 133, FN, modifying the new resident driver's license transfer requirements, specifying when the Division of Motor Vehicles shall send violation notices, and appropriating funds to the division for technological upgrades required for legal compliance. Chair recognizes Representative Gorski for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I vote for motion for OTP on 133.
Motion's ought to pass. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Hamblin. Care to speak to your motion, sir?
Yes, thank you. This bill is going to help in terms of making sure that license requirements are being met in terms of being registered to vote. We had testimony from Secretary David Scanlon, who supports the bill and supports the language of the bill. And based on all that, I think it's a worthy bill that we should pass. So that's why I vote OTP.
Anybody else from the committee? I saw Representative Sykes.
Thank you. So I would have to be opposed to the ought to pass motion. My opposition is fundamentally related to several factors, but the first one I want to talk about is that there's the cost. So there is no money, according to the fiscal note. It says, quote unquote, this bill does not provide funding, nor does it authorize new positions, but within the estimated state impact, there's a $40,000 technology upgrade cost. There's a $67,000 for DMV position for fiscal year 2026, $70,000 for 2027, and $72,000 for fiscal year 2028. None of the funds have been appropriated for that. So the question has to be, just like your home budget, all right, you're now going to incur a bunch of new expenses. What are we going to take away in order to be able to pay for these things if this is the work that's required? So that's my first and biggest concern about this bill. Secondly, while the DMV, to their credit, did provide us with lots of information about the costs, we did not hear that there were any costs particularly associated with the Secretary of State's office, and I'll take that at face value, but I never knew a government agency that could do much without having some cost, and I sort of wish that they had provided that information to us. So we're sort of buying into no cost associated with this. So for those two reasons primarily, I'm very concerned that this is, given the fiscal restraints that we face in the coming biennium, that this is not the time for us to be spending money on a system that is going to cost this kind of money.
Anybody else from the committee? Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In addition to some of the points Representative Sykes raised and the cost side of things, printing and postage is also going to become part of that, which does not seem to be accounted for. But more broadly than that, to the point of this is necessary to ensure voting be appropriate. As a moderator also in my town, I strongly disagree with that. We accept out-of-state IDs. It is something that has happened for years. It's fine that people change. There's no enforcement on this. There's no indication of what these letters do. This seems to be a bill that is much more posturing than actual value to our state and our constituents, and I strongly urge folks to vote against it.
Anybody else from the committee? Really? I'm surprised. I will chime in on this one just briefly. First of all, this is the exact bill, well, not exact, it is a very similar bill to the one we saw last year. And I will commend the prime sponsor for actually doing the due diligence, reaching out to and working with, to great extent, the Department of Motor Vehicles and the Secretary of State, both who see now the merit in this. You may not necessarily see it yourself. There may not be a complete silver, golden egg, I guess, if you will, on what they can do when people are in violation of this. Now, that's the wrong metaphor, but you know what I'm saying. In other words, I see what they're trying
did
to
hear
get.
me,
at.
Mr.
The
Chairman.
information sometimes is all you need to be successful. In terms of the funding, which I don't disagree with Representative Sykes, yeah, 40, 67, 70, 72, et cetera, I'm making a decision based on the policy of this, and that's why this is an early bill, and I will assume that it's going to a committee that's going to actually look at the spending specifically if this moves forward. So I'll be supporting it. I don't know, you're going to pick on me? Okay, then you can have it.
You would let me anyways, even if I was going to pick on you, Mr. Chairman. I know that about you. Actually, bringing up the point of the policy, I think I think it's important to reemphasize that when we do state law, we should do things because we're fixing problems that have been identified and need to be fixed. The issue is what we don't want to do is to do more harm than good when if we fix one thing and then we break something else elsewhere, that's a real problem. The problem with this legislation is that I see that it's potentially breaking another piece. I'll speak specifically to the one of the persons who testified in the public hearing made note of the fact that many older persons who've had, I like to characterize my peers as we've all had many birthdays, okay? And at some point in our lives, we find that we go to an assisted living facility. And you often have to go to a facility that is not exactly in your neighborhood. It might be in another town. It might be in another state. It's not unusual for Vermont residents, for instance, to end up in the nursing home in North Haverhill, New Hampshire, which is, of course, a lovely community, but it's North Haverhill, New Hampshire. And but they end up there. They don't have a driver's license that is in date anymore. They have an out-of-date Vermont driver's license, but they are fully capable of voting. And when they show up to vote, to prove who they are, they use their out-of-date Vermont license. Under this, what is the DMV going to do? They're going to send them a letter to say that they have to get a New Hampshire driver's license. There's an added cost there for the state that is unnecessary and makes it a little more challenging for moderators and for the voters. And for that reason, like I said, we may be fixing one problem here, but we're creating another one elsewhere. And for that, again, I can't support this bill.
Representative Geisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am going to support the bill for several reasons, and I'm going to offer a resource that has also been offered to your concern, Representative Sykes. So when the Secretary of State and the Director of Motor Vehicles come in here and they say that something is a good idea, that it reinforces their job, and it helps with a problem that they have envisioned, I'm inclined to believe them and vote in that favor. Also, this legislative body just a couple of years ago supported the funding of the We Serve You, the mobile DMV bread truck. I don't know if any of you have ever seen that. And the DMV has that ready to go. Like if you put in a request from a senior home or a village, such as, we have a retirement village in Goffstown. If you put in a request through the DMV, they can bring the portable DMV office and they can do driver's license appointments out of that portable DMV. So it is a resource that we have to be able to do that. We just need to use it.
Not a problem. Anybody else from the committee? I guess we could go back and forth on this forever. I don't see the issue. I don't think this is breaking anything else. Nobody's ever, in my time here, had a qualm about the fact that after 60 days, it's current law, you're supposed to get your license here. For whatever reason, if you don't, this bill is just shoring up what we already have in law by sending out notifications to those people that haven't complied with law yet, that it's time to do so. I also believe in the hearing that I heard that this may be part one of the bill. This is a good thing to move forward. And in terms of any enforcement, there could be a part two coming down the road. So for that, I'll be supporting it once again. Anybody else from the committee? Seeing none. Motion on the floor is out to pass. And I will ask the clerk to call the roll when she's ready.
Vice Chairman Gorski.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Hill.
Yes.
Representative Foot.
Yes.
Representative Patero.
Yes.
Representative Coker.
Yes.
Representative Guyson.
Yes.
Yes.
Representative Hamlin.
Yes.
Representative Sykes.
No.
Representative Sinclair.
No.
Representative Fox.
No.
Representative Vayu.
No.
Representative Johnson.
No.
Representative Pawondan.
No.
Representative Miller.
No.
Okay. Chairman Walsh.
Yes.
Okay. 9 to 7 in favor.
Okay, our recommendation about the pass is adopted 9-7. This will be going on the regular calendar. I'm going to close the executive session on House Bill 133. Will there be a minority report?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Is it going to be, just let me know before.
I will figure out who's gonna do it.
Just let me know so we can.
There will be a minority
Okay.
report, yes.
Still no word, Brad? Nothing? Okay. All right, we're gonna go into, in a few minutes, House Bill 258. And actually, for people that are in the gallery, we have had a couple of changes. We've decided with some amendments that we cannot get done today. There'll be further work to be taken up on House Bill 182 and House Bill 260. So I will not be taking those up today. Look for the calendar. I'll have those rescheduled. Excuse me. I'm going to open up the executive session on House Bill 258, establishing a study commission to determine the readiness of the New Hampshire Seacoast Emergency Evacuation Plan. Do I have a motion? See, this is what happens. Representative Hill.
I will move ITL.
There's a motion on the floor.
Second.
Of ITL, seconded by Representative Guyson. Anybody, would you care to speak to your motion?
Briefly. ITL. Yeah. There were a number of things in the bill as filed that needed work. I'll give you one example. It was suggested that there would be, I forget how many people, but a certain number of people from Massachusetts on the new commission. No indication of how they're picking those Massachusetts people or who is going to pick those Massachusetts people. Number of things like that. A member representing the United States Army Corps of Engineers. Who's going to do that? Representing Department of Transportation again. So I think there was an awful lot of work to do, more so than what would have been accomplished in in just a study session or an extra couple of weeks. We've heard that there may be an amendment coming, but no one, to my knowledge, spoke to leadership of the committee. So that such an amendment was forthcoming. So with that reason, for all those reasons, I'm going to suggest ITL.
Anybody else from the committee? No. All right. Seeing no further discussion, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll when she's ready. The motion on the floor is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 259.
Vice Chairman Gorski,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Hill,
Yes.
Representative Foot,
Yes.
Representative Patero,
Yes.
Representative Coker,
Yes.
Representative Geisen,
Yes.
Representative Hamlin,
Yes.
Representative Sykes,
Yes.
Representative Sinclair,
Yes.
Representative Fox,
Yes.
Representative Vayu,
Yes.
Representative Johnson,
Yes.
Representative Palondon,
Yes.
and Representative Miller.
Yes.
16-0. 258, yes.
Well, did I say it wrong too?
When you called the vote, you said
Can I vote
259.
though?
Oh, really?
Yes.
Chairman Walsh.
You gonna let him vote today?
I'm a little off today.
We need to talk.
So our recommendation of inexpedient to legislate is adopted 16-0?
16-0.
16-0.
Consent.
This one can go on consent, ladies and gentlemen. Do I have a motion for consent? Okay, it's been seconded. No objection to consent? Seeing none, consent it is. I'll close the executive session on 258. Next up, give us a minute to reset. House Bill 259. All right, I'm going to open up the executive session on House Bill 259. Relative to increasing the number of handicap license plates and placards, the Department of Motor Vehicles shall may issue to individuals. Chair recognizes Representative Pataro for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move ought to pass on HB 259.
Motion is up to pass. Is there a second? I see Representative Geisen. So Representative Geisen seconds the motion. Care to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you. Very briefly, we had a lot of great representatives from different aspects of the handicap community come in, and different advocacy organizations and so forth. And just want to summarize that the language of this bill eliminates the limit of the number of plates that a handicapped individual can get. This bill's language does not touch placards. And when we clarify that for all concerned, it is my impression that all organizations are enthusiastic about this bill. And, we've vetted it, but once again, I just want to stress that this removes any limit on the number of handicap plates a handicapped person with a walking disability can get.
Anybody else from the committee? Thank you, sir, by the way. Nobody? Oh, Representative London. I didn't move fast enough. Just kidding.
Thank you, Mr. Just a quick question. In the legislature, it's for each vehicle owned, so will the individuals with the handicap be bringing their registrations in to show that they have 2, 3, 4 vehicles that they need placards for?
Thank you for the question. Honestly, I'm not 100% sure of the A to Z of the mechanics of the process of how to apply and then receive these materials. I can tell you with the current situation that if you run into a situation where you have 2 spouses who are both handicapped, the end result would be one handicap plate, even if they each owned a vehicle, and 3 placards. This bill is a first step in addressing one aspect of this, which is the limit on plates, where it should be where both spouses, no matter how many cars they have, each one of the cars that they register and drive should have a handicap plate.
But to answer your question, Representative Palondon, yeah, these are not cover plates. So you're registering the vehicle with those plates. So obviously you need proof of ownership of the vehicle. You know, so it's not like a vanity plate or, I mean, a cover plate that you could put on anything. These are specific to the vehicle. Anybody else from the committee? Representative Sykes.
Yeah, I just want to be clear, actually, if a married couple have 2 cars, they can both register those vehicles under current law and both get a handicap plate. So there is no limitation as far as that goes. The bill itself does not address placards per se. It only talks about plates. I'm very, in all candor, I am very ambivalent about this bill. DMV was not, I'm not trying to put words in any member of the DMV mouths, but they were, I think, they were equally ambivalent about not being particularly supportive of this bill. So I'm inclined to vote against it because I think it raises a few questions. I think the idea that we would make handicapped accessibility issues easier for people is a good one, but I'm not sure that this, no pun intended, I'm not sure this bill is the proper vehicle in order to achieve that.
Representative Guyson.
So I am favoring this bill. If you have a circumstance where somebody has more than one vehicle, their option is either a license plate or a placard. And right now, one of the chief complaints that we've heard about anything to do with the placard situation is that the placards are easily gotten offline fraudulently, and that they can be hard to track. A license plate is a part of your vehicle's registration, and it is bolted to the vehicle. It is much easier to track. It is much harder to defraud. And so if you are a person who has, multiple vehicles with one handicapped person, you have a truck to tow your trailer and a commuting car, or any combination, a vehicle and a motorcycle, then you could get license plates for either, and it would not influence the defrauding of the placards. It'd be easier to track, easier to hold accountable, and it is tied to the registration of the vehicle.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? Representative Miller.
Thank you. Building on that thought of the fraud there, I'm curious, this doesn't remove placards from circulation. This doesn't change any of that. How is this reducing fraud as opposed to arguably making it easier for, if there's a family with multiple people or with multiple vehicles and one handicapped person, arguably this makes it easier for that fraud to happen when someone drives an able-bodied person drives the car and parks in the handicapped space anyway because it's on the license plate. No?
That was
a question.
to me, so I
Representative
can-
Geisler.
Go ahead, Representative Guyson.
Thank you.
So, to your point on the placards, I do think, I don't have a crystal ball, but I do think there's a reckoning coming where all of the placards are going to be called into question because of how easy they are to defraud. To your question of whether or not somebody could fraudulently take a vehicle with somebody else's license plate and abuse it, it is my sincere belief that people tend to be decent human beings, and that they don't, like, when I don't need my handicap placard, I park somewhere else and I walk in. If I'm having a bad mobility day, then I use a handicap parking space if one's available. I believe that most of the populace is like that, and I also don't think that we can, legislate morality and stop fraud in all of its places. But I do think that there's going to be a reckoning coming with those blue placards at some point sooner than later.
Anybody else? We'll leave it at that. Motion on the floor is ought to pass. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll when she's ready.
Vice Chairman Gorski,
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Hill.
Yes.
Representative Foot.
Yes.
Representative Patero.
Yes.
Representative Coker.
Yes.
Representative Geisen.
Yes.
Representative
Yes.
Hamlin.
Yes.
Representative Sykes.
No.
Representative Sinclair.
Yes.
Representative Fox.
No.
Representative Vayu.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative London.
No.
And Representative Miller.
Yes.
And Chairman Walsh.
Yes.
Thirteen to 3.
Okay, our committee recommendation, our recommendation is, up to pass is adopted 13-3. We'll leave that one on regular calendar. I'm gonna close the executive session on House Bill 259. Next up, we'll keep going in order for now. House Bill 287, give us a few minutes to reset. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to open up the executive session on, where am I? House Bill 287, requiring police departments to provide fire departments with certain motorist personnel and insurance information following a motor vehicle incident. Chair recognizes Representative Hill for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move ITL on House Bill 287.
Motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Foot. Care to speak to your motion, sir?
Sure. We were told after the hearing, nothing arrived during the hearing, unfortunately, but we were told after the hearing that there is a federal HIPAA law that does not include fire departments as approved on the list of whom the police may share victim information with. So it appears that police do have some authority to share information, but only under certain circumstances or situations, as if when a potential danger to the victim's health or safety, but only the necessary information should be shared to address the immediate emergency and still comply with privacy laws. So it seems that there are some police departments that are able to circumvent these laws when it's a high cost item that fire department needs to recover for. But in general, just asking for their name and address to get information for their insurance company for things like Speedy Dry is a violation of HIPAA laws. So with that as my basis, I am suggesting we vote ITL on this.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else from the committee? Oh, Representative, I'm
Miller.
drawing a blank. I've only said it 16
Miller.
times today.
It's all
Miller.
good. It's Miller time. Wow, that landed way better than I expected. Thank you all. Good. Can you clarify where that HIPAA information came from? That does not align with what my understanding is of the law, in particular how it applies to law enforcement. And so the fact that it came in here late and not during the hearing is a little concerning to me.
No.
May I ask a follow-up? Are you
scrambled here? Actually,
how
the
confident are
longer-
you that
the
that is
longer
accurate?
story was after we had the hearing, several of us had to go to a chairman's function, and a lobbyist grabbed my arm and said, "I have some information about that bill you heard today," and he was the one that said federal laws aren't going to allow you to get that information. I've asked at the time, I gave him my business card and said, send me that federal law. I'd like to know more about it. So even right up until now, it turns out, small world New Hampshire is, that Representative Foote is familiar with this person that had this information for us. I went looking and scrambled. They talk, unfortunately, a lot on the internet, and when I was looking for the information about the reverse, when fire departments are able to give information to police departments, but there's not much information of when police can give information to fire departments. But I did find that line, and you can tell that I read it from this, that was saying in certain situations, such as when potential danger to the victim's health or safety, but only necessary information should be shared. So that's my reasoning. I don't, I'm not a HIPAA attorney, and I'm not, as you can tell, well versed on HIPAA laws.
So if I may.
One more? Yep.
Yeah, very briefly. My understanding is that HIPAA only applies to healthcare providers, which the police department would not be a health provider in that sense, that the privacy situation for the health provider would not apply.
Yeah,
I am also not an expert, but that's my understanding. So if that's the reason we're going to ITL this, I think we might want to consider a different path that we could actually get an answer that we can confirm rather than guessing.
So I can only go by the information in front of me, and it was, there's a whole host of people that can't share information, like district attorneys and police have discretion to share information they possess. So it's not just limited to medical people. Other than that, I don't disagree with the idea of nailing it down, but for my purposes at this point, calling it inexpedient to legislate, I think it seems that I've heard it from two sources now, so I'm comfortable with my own vote.
Representative Vale.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's my understanding that HIPAA applies to privileged medical information. If you're just exchanging motor vehicle insurance policy numbers so they can charge back to the insurance company rather than having to charge directly to the victim, so they have to go back to their insurance company for reimbursement later, that doesn't apply to this. It's not medical. It doesn't fall under HIPAA at all. This would be under fire and safety under state laws.
Reading that, thank you. Oh.
Yep.
It's really hard not taking your mind out of the chair position, So as I'm reading here, and I'll grant you this is late information, but it appears that it's more privacy than it is medical, limited to medical. So I believe what the bill was calling for or looking for was information for insurance companies for billing purposes, for he mentioned Speedy Dry, or somebody did. So I think that's where the police department, as it happens in my community, is relying on. I think they're talking about they're not releasing privacy information, and they're deeming contact information and in that list of things.
Representative Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, couple of things. at first blush, just to talk a little bit more about this HIPAA thing. At first blush, one would not think that the American Red Cross would be privy to any health information about persons, but they in fact can. They are an exception to HIPAA. They are allowed to obtain this information and use it as necessary. So I think that my concern is that if we're going to not pass a bill, we should do so based on the fundamentals of the bill. And I'm not sure that this HIPAA argument is there. The other thing that I noticed was information obtained by the law enforcement agency that accident participants are required to exchange pursuant to the RSA 264:25 to an owner, operator, or passenger of a vehicle involved with said accident. This is the kind of information that people exchange all the time with just regular people, not necessarily just the police. And so I think privacy concerns are overstated in terms of fire departments wanting to be able to obtain the necessary information to bill for their services, which they are allowed to do under RSAs. They're allowed to bill for health-related issues as far as the ambulance is concerned, but they're also, if there's a hazmat material incident, they're allowed to bill the owner of the property who caused the hazmat incident in the first place. They are allowed to bill for these types of things. So it is unfortunate that some police departments do not always feel that they can or should provide this information. I think this would provide clarity so that the information can be exchanged in an appropriate fashion under this bill. I look at this and say, no harm, no foul. I mean, it isn't causing any harm for the police departments to share information that people are required to exchange anyways. And why wouldn't we help our citizens recover costs that their fire department takes on their behalf so that they don't have to continue to pay for these things out of budget? This could be pennies, it could be dollars, it could be tens of thousands of dollars. And I think we have an obligation to our citizens to help in this regard.
Anybody else from the committee?
Yes, there is.
Yeah. Go ahead, Representative Johnson. I'm in the middle of reading 264:25, actually. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is for Representative Hill. After you had this conversation with the lobbyist, did you have a subsequent conversation with the primary sponsor of the bill? And if so, what can you tell us?
No.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Representative Gorski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The issue with this bill, for me, is we're trying to legislate conversation. And to me, I'm not a big fan of making a law to legislate conversation between two departments. These departments should be able to kind of work this out. I have a problem trying to legislatively build a law to say, you two must talk. So this is where I have a problem with this bill, and that's why I can't support it.
You know, Representative Gorski dropped the mic because actually, as I read through 264:25, Representative Sykes is right too. Yeah, this is normal information that's shared in an accident. If everybody was getting along, we wouldn't be sitting here for the last half an hour. And you're right, this bill is just a way to make people get along. Why they're not giving the information when it's requested of them, I don't know. I don't know how we're going to fix it, even with this passing. Anybody else from the committee? Representative Guyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just looking federally, and this law becomes redundant because the Code of Administration and Enforcement already has a law on interagency cooperation that gets renewed by FEMA at a minimum every 2 years. Most recent amendment to it was 2022.
What's up? I, go ahead one more time with that.
There's a federal law in place already that tells agencies that they must have interagency cooperation and communication, and it is overseen by the Federal Emergency Management Agency.
So that's more evidence, in your opinion, that this is not needed at the state level.
Yes, sir.
Representative Sykes.
Thank you for that information. So the issue is that how, if police departments are not sharing the information, most small volunteer fire departments will A, probably not be aware of this, and B, even if they were aware of it, then what? This is a very clear-cut example where we can intervene on the part of the small towns and fire departments in order to help their operations. And that's, for me, that's the bottom line.
Representative Sykes, even if this passes, I agree with your question. Even if they do not provide the information, then what? Because I believe it was even the prime sponsor at the hearing that said maybe we should do more about some kind of penalty or punishment if they don't comply. So I'll tell you, I never would have thought in a million years when I walked in here this morning that this is the bill that we were going to be spending an hour on. Anybody else from the committee? Oh, Representative Hill.
Well, I wanted to suggest that perhaps we recess this to next executive session. And in the meantime, we ask our very capable researcher to see if we would be overstepping federal bounds to do as Representative Sykes suggests and make it easier for our local fire departments, which I don't think we're capable of doing. But it would be helpful if we knew they either are federally allowed to be on this list or federally not allowed on this list. Just a suggestion. Sorry about that. That's what it's got.
Well, it's true. And seeing as how we have had a spirited debate on this for a better part of an hour, and we do have a couple of questions, and it is also our first day of executive sessions. I'm not opposed to doing that, so I will recess this till the next day of executive session, which will be, and I will reschedule it too, publicly, but just for everybody that's here, we will reschedule this for these at the 3rd. Is that our next Tuesday?
I believe so.
I don't know, I'm looking at a calendar. 4th. So I will add this to the schedule for our next executive sessions on February 4th. So with that, as we'll recess 298. No, 287. All right, so, uh, okay. We'll get a little change in plans here. I'm gonna open up, gonna move ahead. We're gonna open up the executive session on House Bill 326 FN, prohibiting the operation of antique passenger vehicles model year 1968 or older on state or local highways for more than 20 miles unless the vehicle is fitted or retrofitted with seat belt or safety belts. Chair recognizes Representative Guyson for a motion.
I move an expedient to legislate.
Don't all jump at once. Who seconded it? Representative Foot? Okay, so it's moved and seconded, in expedient to legislate. Care to speak your motion, sir?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this bill creates a plethora of issues. One of the first ones is law enforcement issue. By restricting a vehicle to 20 miles on public roadways, or as it's written, the state and local highways, you're creating a circumstance where the police have to act with prejudice and target antique vehicles, and then going on a fishing expedition to ask them how far they've driven that day. It doesn't say 20 miles per day, it says 20 miles. It doesn't say 20 miles per sitting, it says 20 miles. So you could ride 18 miles, get out and do something, ride another 18 miles. So from an enforcement aspect, this is nearly impossible. Also from an enforcement aspect, neighboring laws that have, or neighboring states that have laws that protect collectors do not have laws similar to this, which means that if somebody from out of state came into the state, 20 miles after they cross the border, they are actually committing a crime against the state of New Hampshire. Further, people that collect vehicles like this will lose a lot of value. And by talking to many collectors and by doing NADA research and Kelly Blue Book value research, it comes into between 30% and 50% in value loss the minute you put in a modification on an antique vehicle that cannot be undone. And in many of these cases, in order to mount restraint systems in, you would have to either replace the frame or weld additions onto the frame. And that assumes that it's a metal frame vehicle and not a wooden frame vehicle, which anything born before about 1928 could possibly be. So you're creating a detriment to the investor of the property. You're creating a traffic non-compliance issue and enforceability. So for those reasons, I stand inexpedient to legislate.
Thanks, sir. Anybody else from the committee? Yep, Representative Foot.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And basically, in short, we are a state with no mandatory seatbelt laws unless you're under a certain age. I just think this bill is, I can't think of the word, but anyways, you can't, yeah, yeah, I was trying to be, yeah. Yeah, it's just unenforceable and it has no pertinent value.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Yeah, there's no need for me to chime in on this. I completely agree. I will ask the clerk to call the roll when she's ready. The motion on the floor is an expedient to legislate.
Vice Chairman Gorski.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Hill.
Yes.
Representative Foot.
Yes.
Representative Patero.
Yes.
Representative Coker.
Yes.
Representative Guyson.
Yes.
Representative Hamblin.
Yes.
Representative Sykes.
Yes.
Representative Sinclair.
Yes.
Representative Fox.
Yes.
Representative Vayu.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Pladondon.
Yes.
Representative Miller.
Yes.
And Chairman Walsh.
Yes.
16-0.
Consent.
Okay, that was 16, correct?
16-0.
We're all still here? Yeah.
Yep.
Our recommendation of an expedient to legislate is adopted 16-0. I heard a motion for consent and it was seconded. Okay, without objection, consent is. I'll close the executive session on 326. So we're actually doing okay, even though it doesn't always look it. We're gonna take a break for a few minutes. We just got a fresh amendment for 140. I'd like the members to have an opportunity to review. And there is the potential for some further work on a couple of others. And it's time to stretch a minute anyway, so give us a, it is 10 of now. Actually, that's probably not right.
It's 2:52.
Wow, somebody changed the clocks. When do we do this? We will go back in, we'll take a break until 3:10. Thank you.
Last thing wide open. You got me. Steve Morgan's is the second.
All right, I believe, yeah, we're in time. Okay, I'm gonna open up the executive session on House Bill 140 FN, establishing a voluntary blue envelope program for drivers with autism spectrum disorders. Chair recognizes Representative Guyson for a motion.
I move to OTP HB 140 FN.
Okay, so we have a motion about to pass on 140. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Hill. The bill is open for further amendment. Chair recognizes Representative Guyson to introduce an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And actually, but not to interrupt you, but if you can just, at the top left side, you'll see the number. If you can just introduce it using the number that's there.
2025 dash.
Oh, thank you.
Yep, just for the record.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I am introducing Amendment 2025-129H to House Bill 140 FN. What it does is it adds the verbiage and stressor-related disorder, which includes what we used to know as PTSD or PTS. The reason, and this, when I asked about recommending this amendment, the sponsors agreed. The reason is because, am I doing something wrong?
No, I am.
Okay.
I just need to get a second on the amendment.
Second.
Representative Coker.
Did you get a second amendment on the?
I got the second.
I got a second on the motion, yes.
Yeah.
I didn't get a second on the amendment, and I apologize. All yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it adds, in addition to autism spectrum, trauma and stress-related disorder. Much the same way persons with autism spectrum disabilities can have escalated encounters if somebody doesn't know their triggers or know how to interact with them in order to de-escalate. Persons with stress-related disorders have many of the same symptoms in terms of the tendency to escalate if they're not handled in a favorable manner. And rather than adding more envelopes and other problems after discussing this with the bill sponsors, it was agreed that this would be a good tack on so that it could cover all persons who may have issues with escalation in what would otherwise be a routine traffic stop.
Thank you, sir. Any questions on the amendment?
Offhand from your conversations, would this language also cover TBI, traumatic brain injury?
So to your question, a stress-related disorder is not necessarily in line with a traumatic brain injury, but often they are. And most of the time, somebody with a traumatic brain injury is treated for a stress-related disorder in addition to TBI.
Excellent, thank you.
Anything else or anybody else on the amendment itself? Representative Sykes?
Yeah, I'd like to speak in support of the amendment. I think it's a really good step for us to take. And I do so for, I will actually share with everybody for personal reasons. Those of you who know me well know that I ended up being deployed to the country of Haiti right after the earthquake for the International Federation of the Red Cross Red Crescent. It was 2 years of people shooting at me, not personally, of course, but people shooting at me, no family support system, dead bodies in the street, starving children. And when I came back from that, I was an absolute wreck. Thank goodness I had a spouse who was willing to put up with me. And I know you're going to all laugh at this, but actually, a big part of the salvation was that someone asked me to run for the legislature. So I had something to do that seemed worthwhile, that wasn't bringing back the bad memories of all that work. So I think this is a really good thing to do because it is a, if you haven't walked in those shoes, it's a really, really hard thing for people to understand, and this will help with understanding.
Anybody else from the committee on the amendment? Okay, seeing none, I just want to check on one thing. Okay, so I just wanted to confirm, it's always been and it still is, I just wanted to make sure, on an amendment, for those of you who are new, we do not have to roll call it unless we think it's going to be contentious. We can always roll call it. In this case, I'm going to say we're probably okay with a voice vote. So on amendment 0129H, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Okay, so we'll consider that unanimous adoption of the amendment. Now the motion on the floor is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 140. Any further discussion on the amended bill? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll. Again, it's ought to pass as amended whenever she has a chance.
Vice Chairman Gorski.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Hill.
Yes.
Representative Foot.
Yes.
Representative Patero.
Yes.
Representative Coker.
Yes.
Representative Geisen.
Yes.
Representative Hamlin.
Yes.
Representative Sykes.
Yes.
Representative Sinclair.
Yes.
Representative Fox.
Yes.
Representative Vayu.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Plumonden.
Yes.
Representative Miller.
Yes.
And Chairman Walsh.
Yes.
16-0.
That was a very small fiscal note too, right?
Remember,
140. Was
10,000.
If it's 10,000, that could be.
I think
Can you
we're-
do consent?
What we'll do is the same, what we'll do is the same thing before. Okay, our recommendation of ought to pass as amended is adopted 16-0, unanimous. I did hear a motion for consent. What's that?
Consent.
And so it's actually without objection. I believe this meets the threshold to go on consent. If it doesn't, it won't be there. And if you know, if it's not, that's why. But I think, but the what's that?
Do you want it on consent or do you want?
I would like it on consent.
You don't want it to just, have a little, put it, what this thing is coming down the path? So-
Well, there's an option, I guess. I mean, I heard a motion for consent and a second.
I think those would be a good.
Would you like to speak to it, put it on regular calendar and speak to it?
I would.
Okay.
I would. I think that my message is an important one. The other thing that this is actually really hard for me even just now, just to talk about this. The other thing is that when you are suffering that way, you don't even recognize that that's what's going on. And when somebody throws you a lifeline, and this is, in my mind, a lifeline that people can carry with them that will help. It's so important, and I would be happy to educate the floor of the House about why this is an important addition to a program that will help people.
Fair enough. So what we can do, we'll put it on the regular calendar. That's easy. And I'll have the two of you work on whether it's the speech itself or the parliamentary inquiry. So we'll work together on that. Okay. So in summary, regular calendar is ought to pass this amendment on 140. I'll close the executive session. So let me see here. As I said earlier, 182, we're going to further work. 260, same thing. All right, so we're going to add House Bill 298 to the ones I, again, was not here last week, and I do apologize, but in looking at it again today, I think it needs some more work. I couldn't support it the way it is. So we're going to push that one off. I'll reschedule that one for next week as well. But this is, again, it's only our first executive session this term, and it's a good opportunity to show with some of the ones that we've been waiting for amendments. When we go through these bills and the hearings from here on, and if you see one that takes, where you've got concerns with, at any time you want to suggest or recommend, whether it's a subcommittee reach out to me. We can put 2 or 3 people together, well, 3 for a subcommittee. Or if you think that something that you've got an issue with in a bill, don't hesitate to get moving on an amendment, and I can help you through that process as well if you haven't done it yet. That way, when we get to our executive sessions, once they're scheduled, we've got the information we need rather than rescheduling and rescheduling and rescheduling. So, again, it's all good. We're just getting our feet wet this year, and off we go. We got 7 out of 10 done today, not too bad. I will be putting, or we, Ted and I, Representative Gorski and I will be putting a schedule together for next Tuesday, and we'll get into a routine. You'll see, we'll try to do hearings in the morning, maybe sneak a couple more in the afternoon, and start execing the bills behind us to fill up and balance off the days. So anything for the good of the committee from anybody? Seeing none. Thank you very much, and we'll see you next Tuesday.